Happy Wednesday. I'm the Great Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway that we will be doing is we will be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we are doing right now is we will be doing a giveaway, a free reading to whoever gives the highest gift between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that as well. But before we begin, first and foremost, let me know how you are doing. Let me know how you're feeling. We've got some fun stuff happening right now. We got a few things to talk about. We got a few things to talk about. All right. First and foremost, something that's very cool that's happening today is we've got Mars is finally moving out of Cancer. Mars is moving into Leo, and I think that this is going to be very positive. Remember what we were talking about, okay? Remember what we were talking about during the eclipse cycle, working through all of that rockiness, working through all of that energetic frustration, working through all of that over concentration or over fixation on the self that is sometimes characteristic of Venus full moon, of Venus retrograde cycles, the feeling that the feeling of feeling judged by others, potentially feeling like you're over judging self. Hopefully, and again, with the combination of the Mercury retrograde on top of it, just not making that easy, just feeling like very rough. Hopefully that is easing up. One of the things that I think is very positive and productive and helpful about a lot of this Libra full moon energy that we're still kind of moving through and moving out of is, and I was saying this, I was saying this during the eclipse cycles, I was saying it during the retrograde periods, we don't necessarily need to work with every single energetic astrological moment that we encounter. We're constantly going through different energetic spaces. So if you've been feeling rough over the last few weeks, if you've been feeling like just moving through it has been like a nightmare, I want you to understand that some cycles, just specifically being able to maintain an even keel, being able to find that even ceiling of the self as we navigate a lot of rough energetic terrain, that in itself is its own achievement. So I want you to celebrate that. I want you to celebrate a lot of that feeling. I want you to honor what it takes to be able to find that point of balance, right? Because it's rough on these streets. I'm going to tell you, energetically, it's been rough on these spiritual streets the last few weeks. That eclipse cycle was no joke. And that's why a lot of the messages that we were experiencing and talking about as we navigated through it were focused upon what? Leading with compassion. When we don't take things personally, when we're patient with ourselves, when we're not too hard on ourselves, we find the ability to appreciate how far we've come. And we recognize that if we're being hard on ourselves, it's because we hold ourselves to a high standard. And that's what a lot of this Libra full moon was bringing in, right? It's working on identifying and recognizing what feels right from a point of within. And it is a bit of a balancing act because we have to go through those moments, right? Struggling with the demands of the higher self that often feel like that space of wanting to beat ourselves up because we're not more perfect. Remembering perfect is not a location. It's not a destination on the map. It's a cardinal direction. It's something that we move towards. And by practicing compassion for ourselves, we find the energy to perpetually move forward in that direction. Similarly, it's not about shedding the ego entirely. You need that guy. Okay, you need that guy. The guy's looking out for you, right? That guy wants to keep you safe, but we got to check it, right? We got to look at the energetic ego like a buddy. And when we're checking our buddy, we make sure that it's moving in ways that feels like it's befitting, right? We straighten up. We work in that context. It's not easy. But one thing I do appreciate with some of the things that we're seeing, and I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of that progression that we had identified, that wacky progression that was happening during the eclipse, I would not be surprised if you had that tendency of feeling extremely sentimental, right? A lot of the past feeling like it was coming back to you emotionally, spiritually, or mentally, right? We had like a little bit of a time machine effect happening across the meridian between Pisces and Aries, right? We had Neptune, the memory bank, moving forward, right? With Mercury, the innovation energy, pulling backwards, and then Venus caught in between. So a lot of that perception, a lot of that contemplation, potentially in relationality to the spheres of the things that we care about or the things that we love. But, and this is what's important about it, when we're able to contemplate, and we talked a lot about that eclipse cycle being one about speaking towards honoring the emotions. Does honoring the emotions mean that everything that you think here comes out here? No. What are you talking about? That's not how we honor emotions. We honor emotions via contemplating on them, via thinking about how we're feeling, recognizing that the emotions don't carry the map, right? The emotions are like little children; they ask for things, and when we're honoring our emotions, we what do you do when like a little child is asking for something? Do you say, "Leave me alone"? Do you say, "Leave me alone"? Do you say, "I'm busy"? No, no, no. I mean, sometimes, but you work in that space, right? Or do you follow whatever the child, like, do you follow whatever the energetic child wants to do, like, into spaces that don't allow the emotional safety? No. When we think about our emotions like our children, then we love them by taking the time to listen to what they are expressing, to understand what they're trying to talk about. Because often, I think you've heard, yes, we've all had those moments with children. Sometimes what a child is saying, you're like, you have those moments where you're like, that doesn't make any sense, right? And I feel like that's what a lot of this experience has been helping us with. And especially because I keep on describing this, there's this, like, it's actually really beautiful to see the fact that we had this rather gorgeous, though emotionally difficult, rotation that occurred during this eclipse cycle, in the idea of Neptune advancing like into Mars, and Mercury and Venus pulling backwards, that allows us to see something from a different angle, right? It was like I was describing it almost like a K turn, because it's like it's allowing for that, it's allowing for the contemplation as it relates to different ways of perceiving. Now, what's happening now is we've got Mercury and Venus moving right back where they were before, right? We've got Mercury and Venus moving right back. And this is why, if you've been feeling like there's a little bit of this emotional yo-yo to a certain extent, like, well, like, hope this affirms to you why. Because the dipping back of Mercury and Venus, like, we basically saw a progression right now of Mercury and Venus being in Pisces, right? Moving into Aries, pulling back into Pisces during the retrograde eclipse cycle. And now what do we have happening? We've got a lot of that energetic, like, force that is occurring right now, specifically and particularly as it relates to moving back into Aries. So having that moment to set the intention, having the moment to observe and recognize and honor the feelings, that then allows us to move forward with a sense of affirmation, with a sense of intention, with a sense of strength and force of determination. It is having a different impact depending on where you find yourselves on the frequency cycles net right now, and specifically in a large way for a lot of the energy and separation. Because one of the things I've been seeing for a lot of the energy and separation right now is a lot of the partnerships that are forming right now are chariot energy. Did you see what I talked about that back and forth kind of energy there? This is training wheels. This is trepidation. This is potentially even a lot of new energetic connections, overcoming stumbling blocks or hurdles. But what's beautiful about that is, and this is why it may be feeling somewhat triggering, because if these are energies that in the past are healing from situations or circumstances that were built upon inspiration, right? That the moment that we feel energetically triggered because someone isn't trying to build consistency with us, but only moves towards us when the mood inclines. This is energy that is finding and identifying the difference between a relationship that's built on inspiration, something that feels more like it like serves a mood, versus energy built on aspiration, which is recognizing the exquisite stability of consistent effort. And sometimes it's hard to recognize when that's not present in a situation. And this is how Saturn is helping right now, because Saturn is also approaching and it's moved between Venus and Mercury and Neptune right now. Because the difficulty point that we often recognize between the difference between a relationship that is built on inspiration, something that only suits another person's like the feeling, right? Something that's like, it's like the emotional relationship that feels like a mood swing, right? Versus an aspirational relationship, something that we build and become sustainable because of the recognition of energy that understands that the stability that we create for one another is like the love is expressed via the consistency. We see even now that there may be a lot of frustration, and that is potentially being released during this time, particularly and especially as it relates to those past experiences. But at the same time, it's the frustration that is being expressed that feels like a relief, because the expression being expressed and not feeling, when we express frustration and another energy doesn't pull away from us in that moment but works to calibrate for it, we start to feel the ability to be authentic in our connections. And this may be a lot of energy right now that is healing from relationships where, again, if these were situations where every time someone tried to express frustration, another person pulls away, we start feeling like we can't be the embodiment of ourselves. We almost have to be in that space of feeling like we're putting on a performative act as it relates to who another aspires us to be, instead of who we truly are. While for masculine and feminine energy that is moving deeper into divine union right now, I just keep on seeing that this is a lot of energy right now coming into divine union, moving into hermit energy. And that's a good thing. Okay. There's often a misconception on hermit energy, and I talk a lot about this in our tarot church classes. But hermit energy is not lonely. It's finding the bliss of the ability to be authentically the self that you aspire to be. It's not feeling the need to be energetically performative, right? The intimacy that we build in a relationship, where when we can be our true self, it almost allows us to become more naturally ourselves than we ever have before. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union, this pink moon has allowed for a lot of the deepening of the bonds of intimacy. And that ability of doing so, this is not energy that looks at counterpart and says, you complete me. Because when we are in healthy relationship, we arrive complete. We're not looking for something to fill a void. We're looking for something to create abundance. So we see even now that for a lot of that energy, this is not the energy that says you complete me. This is the energy that says to one another, you are the ground. You are the ground from which I am able to grow. Because when we find stability in ourselves, when we find that balance, it becomes a gift, not just to ourselves, but to those that are surrounding us, because it's that reliability. It's that energetic consistency that feels like it creates that level of fortitude inside the self and outside self, through which this is a lot of energy that's feeling like they're getting time back because they're not feeling like they need to invest every moment in worrying about the stability of the ground upon which they stand, that allows them to grow themselves further into who they desire to become. While for masculine and feminine energy that is deep within divine union right now, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy deep within divine union right now, this is working through a lot. I keep on seeing this is a mending period. This is a period of trying to heal something. This is a period of trying to build bridges. It's a period of trying to remedy. But what's difficult when we're trying to remedy something is it's understanding the courtesy by which we must extend an offering. Because when we hope to repair something, or we hope either within the self or outside of the self, it's based on the mutual agreeability of energy or forces around us. So that's why I keep on getting the message that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, extending olive branches, but not cutting down trees, right? Understanding that true courtesy isn't being insistent upon what one desires, but inclining to another, the gesture that articulates the direction that you hope something to go, from which things can grow. But it's fragile, it's patient, it's tender. Welcome to this Libra full moon energy. It's working through a lot of that fragility. But again, often, and this is why I kept on describing this as incubation energy, because often when we have that incubation energy, it allows for something new to blossom. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. And if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Malayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Things we do read for here are dream interpretation, highest priority messages from spirit, past life readings. We also do angelic guidance readings. We do pet readings here. We do spirit animal guide readings. We also do and just a reminder that if you are going to get on the list for either past life reading, or if you're going to be getting on the list for a dream interpretation reading, I would encourage you to, if you've got information that you feel is relevant to that reading that you would like to share with me, I would encourage you to be able to put it in the notes when you send the donation. Or if you are a subscriber, you can head over to our subscriber only Discord channel that is available to you as a subscriber. And there you will find in the channels, designated channels, where you can post your information that I can utilize and read when we do your reading. That said, I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. How are you guys doing right now? How are we feeling now that we've got Mars transiting into Leo? How are we feeling now that Mercury is moving back in front of Neptune again? Let me know how this energy is impacting you today. Dana, thank you for joining us. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. And welcome, Star. Hi there. How are you? Thank you for liking the live, Star. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Good to see you, Bridget. Welcome. And heads up, Carrie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Excellent. So glad that you got on the list today, Bridget. You will also be the first person we're reading for today. That means you've also received our extra card for today. Carrie, huge energetic shift last night. Journaled so I wouldn't forget the emotions and feelings. Thank you for confirmation, Carrie. I think that's a great idea to journal right now. Absolutely great idea. And thank you, Little, for joining us. Bridget, lots of sobbing in the shower last night. Released all the emotions. I'm sending you so much support on that journey. And the shower is such a good place to release emotions, you know? It's like it's like the spiritual cleanse. Hi there, tarot reader. Thank you for sharing the live, V. And Carrie, thank you so much for subscribing. Little Vamp, Grand Rising, good to see you today. How are you doing? Thank you, Cece, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. My upcoming birthday is totally triggering me this year. I've never experienced this before. Did we talk about the fact that you've got a Saturn return coming up, Bridget? Were we talking about that? That might be a why. And again, I'm telling you, it's Neptune right now. It's Neptune chilling on the cusp right now between like Pisces, like the like sitting on the meridian between like Pisces and Aries. It's doing it's like it's emotion. It's emotionally rocky. You know, I like to describe that. Thank you, Carrie, for sharing the live. And I'm wishing you such a beautiful birthday coming up. And thank you, Addie, for joining us, Grand Rising Heather. Hi there, Addie. We're good over here. I'm glad to hear you're good over there. The moon was super bright last evening. I missed it. It's crazy windy here right now. Super windy. I've been like, my head's been down because I'm working on our class for tonight. Speaking of which, I hope I'll see you guys there tonight. If you would like to join our tarot class, we're going to be starting our class tonight at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be focusing on our studies in the tarot tonight on the Hangman. It's going to be, strap in, it's going to be a big class, okay? We're going to have a lot of work to do. And if you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. So that will be your ticket for tonight. You've still got time to join if you'd like to join us in that class program. You will also have access as a paid subscriber, a paid monthly subscriber, to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church library. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. Don't be stressing if you haven't been catching up on the classes. I do my best to give you a recap on everything we've studied thus far, but the material's there when and if you'd like to receive it. You'll also have access to, as a monthly subscriber, a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we have studied or you're currently studying. And if you choose to become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library. That is access to over 12 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library of material. You will also have the opportunity to, if you prefer, to have a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes most effectively going forward towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust tarot experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to be able to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post mystic meditations there, which will give you an update, written update on everything we've been experiencing in the cards week by week. You'll also have access to our weekly newsletter, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as our online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason. Those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals or journey work. Now, if you want to become a part of those classes, you can purchase them individually or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you, and also I want to let you guys know that if you want more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. These are for, you can purchase these on an individual level per dream or as a series. Now, if you purchase the dream package, I encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started with today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list is open. You will be the second person read for today. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those updates. Good to see you today, Heather and Adam. Thank you for those gifts. How are you doing today, Ava? All right. And welcome, Addie. Lalani, I'm trying to be understanding and patient with myself and others. It's been tough figuring out life. Continue to do that work right now, Lalani. I know it hasn't been easy, especially out of this most recent eclipse cycle. I don't think my next Saturn returns for a few more years, but I will have to double check. Okay, thank you for confirming as well, Bridget. A Saturn return. So, what happens, the way that I often read Saturn returns is it changes our relationship to our relationship to time. So there's certain places in our own chart where we have a Saturn return. And once we do so, it's like our perception of time changes dramatically. So there's sometimes like often if you can go to places to be able to recognize when your Saturn returns are. And often it's very characteristic to sometimes recognize that those are pivotal moments that are occurring on your path work. So it says the Saturn returns typically every 29.5 years. So I'm good for at least another 17 years. It might have to do with the fact that, listen, we've got Saturn right now about to cross into Aries as well. So there's a lot of contemplation on the nature of time. Your Saturn return is this May, Alexandra. Oh, exciting. Yes, you come more into yourself and break down old paradigms. That's a beautiful way of describing that, Bridget. All right, friends, as I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. But as I mentioned, if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. Please remember, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here, if you are interested in getting on the list, dream interpretation readings. We do past life readings. We do mediumship readings. We do highest priority messages from spirit. We also do angelic guidance readings, love readings. And if you are getting on the list for either a dream interpretation, or if you are getting on the list for past life, and if you have relevant information that you would like to share with me, that you think is important to the reading, you can put it in the notes when you send the donation. Or you also have the option of, if you are a subscriber, you can head over to our subscriber only Discord, and you can find certain channels there that are dedicated to those subjects. You can post your information there, and I will refer to it when I do your reading. And thank you as well. You can come more into yourself, exactly. My first Saturn return is when I threw myself into everything. Oh, wow, that's wild, Bridget. Isn't that interesting? What house is your Saturn return in? That's a good question. That's a very good question, actually. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we? And please remember, for those who are joining us, we've got 2 different giveaways that are occurring today. Our first giveaway is when we get to 50K likes, I will be doing a random drawing and gifting a reading back to the collective. My friends, we are already at 5.7K, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Our other giveaway is I will be gifting a reading to the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that giveaway as well. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, April 16th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread? First two cards we are starting our day off with today. I like it. I like it. I like it very much. We've got here our Queen of Cups and our Hanged Man. Speaking of Hangman, I hope you guys are going to be joining us tonight for our tarot class. We're going to be focusing on the study of the Hangman card. And you can find us over there if you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program. Becoming a paid subscriber to my Substack will be your ticket of entry into our live class tonight. Let's talk about the energy right now because it's very, I want to say, recognition, feeling emotional fortitude that's allowing one to innovate. Why are we experiencing this right now? You know, one of the things I keep on, let's talk about this Meridian situation here. So, and the way I've been describing this to a certain extent is I've been describing this as like the traffic jam that we've been having for weeks now across the border between Pisces and Aries. And the reason, so if you have felt a bit emotionally volatile recently, if you felt incredibly sentimental, if you felt like a lot of that work coming out or coming through right now, a lot of it has to do, like I just keep on seeing there's a lot of karmic clearing that's happening at this time. And I want to describe, and we were talking a bit about this before the podcast started, but I'm just gonna, if you're just joining us for the first time, I'm gonna reiterate what we've been experiencing, and one of the things I think is important about some of the work that we're identifying right now is it's potentially helping us recognize our own energetic hurdles, our own, like the things that we are also like things that and we all have this habit, like we all have these tendencies, and this is why we talk about, I keep on hearing there's a lot of work that's happening during this time in relationality to recognizing, identifying, and understanding aversions. Now, why is that so necessary and important? Because, and we talk about this. So, and I want to explain why we're experiencing this on like an astrological level right now. So when we were going through that eclipse cycle, I just want to give you a description of what happened planet wise. The eclipse cycles, they do not, the reason that they're often described as chaotic, but I don't like the word chaotic for eclipses. They're unpredictable. They amplify energy. And that can sometimes be a benefit because if something rises up to the surface during eclipses, I like to describe it almost as microscope energy, right? It helps you see something with more clarity, so long as you're not reactive to it. And that's why I even said, like, during eclipse cycles, it's okay to move with intention. It's not like you can't be like afraid to do anything because there's an eclipse. But that's why you often, like, you'll hear me saying when we're going through eclipse energy, make sure that you're intentional with what you're with what you're driving forward, because it's very easy to get reactive about things that you would normally be perfectly fine with, right? Now, one of the things that we're seeing here is we identified that during that eclipse cycle, we had Mercury and we had Venus, and they were sitting pretty in Aries. They had a lot of planets in Aries. But then what happened? What happened during this eclipse cycle? Mercury and Venus pulled back into Pisces. And at the same time, we identified that Neptune pushed forward. Now, this is somewhat counterintuitive because typically, and we talk about this, the Neptune energy is the memory bank. I like to describe it as like the caboose. It's usually in the back and it comes forward, right? While Mercury energy is much more rapid fire. It's much more innovative. It's much more fast. So we had a little bit of this like intriguing like ironic situation, which is also further funny because we've got Saturn moving up, and Saturn often makes things ironic. But we've had Mercury pulling backwards, Neptune moving forwards. So the old energy that's moving into a space of newness, while the new energy is moving into a space of sentimentality. That's why I kept on describing this. I didn't, it's interesting too, because I didn't recognize why I kept on calling it Renaissance energy last month, but this is why it's Renaissance energy, because Renaissance is appreciating something outside the context that you would normally find it in. So when Mercury is moving backwards, and Neptune is moving forwards, we've got a lot of that Renaissance energy because it's the rearrangement of things and seeing something when moving it into a different context. All of that is to say, and this is the thing that I think is very interesting right now, is now, and that's the thing that, and often when I'm reading for a lot of the astrological stuff, when planets come out of retrograde, they wake up, right? So what happened? We got Mercury and Venus waking up behind Neptune. So the ability to look at the past and see it in a way that you couldn't before, right? The clarity of time that allows, right? The clarity of time. Neptune and Venus moving closer to Saturn, which is approaching them. So in the context of time, being able to see something that you couldn't see before. There's a lot of work that I keep on seeing that's happening right now as it relates to recognizing aversions, right? Things that we try to energetically steer clear of. Now, why is it important to navigate through aversions? Because when we're feeling more triggered, when we're operating more from abandonment wounds, right? We often can be reactive, but more from the place of the ego, right? Because when we're feeling an energetic aversion to something, we've talked a lot about here that can be indicative of one or two different things. An energetic aversion to something can either be in a space that it is distasteful to our higher self, right? There's something that sits wrongly within us about something. And the higher self is always able to articulate upon it, right? The higher self is always ready to have that productive conversation as it relates to something that one feels an energetic aversion towards. But often we feel aversions to things based upon natural instinct, right? That is the egoic self, the energy of the defense system that wants to rise up and protect us from something. And this is why it's always very important for us to investigate our aversions, because in the ability of investigating our aversions, we are able to understand the difference between an aversion of the higher self, something that the higher self says, this is not okay in any context, right? And the ability to talk upon the reasons why. Or these are moments or modalities that we sometimes recognize that this is the egoic self. And now the problem with the egoic self, often when the egoic self has an aversion to something, it's because of an energetic blind spot in the self, right? Because if the egoic self has an aversion to something and doesn't want to talk about it, it's often because it's hiding or working through an energetic blind spot of something that we cannot see within ourselves. So that's why when we're on a healthy healing path, we are introspective upon our aversions, because the ability to analyze and understand our aversions helps us recognize and understand the self better. And it helps us understand if there's something that we need to move away from because it doesn't sit well with us, right? Message from the higher self. Or if it's something that we need to investigate further within the self and put work towards. Because if we can't explain why we have an aversion to something beyond the fact that it doesn't sit well with us, but we can't explain it, then that is a lot of that is working through a lot of the energetic defense mechanism of the ego that sometimes tries to protect us from parts of the self that we carry trauma around. Continuing to get clarification on this third card in our 5 card spread. I cannot, are you kidding me right now? I'm laughing because as I did that, like literally, how many cards just came out? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, yes. Okay, thank you. I get it. And what happens, right? Like what happens, and I'm going to read all of them. And you guys, if you want to see the full spread, then you'll be able to, you'll be able, you can go over to my Substack and you'll be able to see the photo. But I'm going to just read them off in rapid fire because I'm recognizing them. I'm supposed to read them all at once, which is a lot, but we can do it because it's like they're forming their own card. Um, we've got here the Judgment card, the Ace of Cups, the High Priestess, the Four of Pentacles, the Lover's card in its reversal, and the Four of, ooh, I see what's happened. Oh, this is so cool. And the Four of, oh, wow. Okay. And the Four of Cups in its reversal. So I'm sorry. The reason all these cards came out right now is they're directed to different messages coming through depending on where you are on the frequency cycles. The first row is the energy in separation. The second row is the energy coming into union, and the third row is the energy of deep within divine union. So this is having a profound impact as it relates to what is occurring right now for energies across the frequencies. Now this is gonna take a minute. Let me walk you through it. So, and it has to do, I keep on seeing it has to do with conversations based upon and built upon the nature of aversion and the nature of change. Now, this is why it feels like the messages right now are becoming segmented because and I think you may have noticed this when we started to see it's having different it's the same lesson that's having a different impact depending on where one is in the frequencies. The reason so many cards came out right now is because these are asynchronous lessons, right? It's all moving towards the same direction, but they're not synchronized. So for the energy right now in separation, this is why there's so much of this frustration that's being released, right? This is feeling like, I keep on hearing for a lot of energy right now, this is feeling like a breakthrough that is causing a breakdown. Why is a breakthrough sometimes cause breakdowns? Why? Because when we recognize something that was missing, an energetic counterpart, right? We talk a lot about the path work of going forward sometimes as its own space of clarity. Sometimes we can't recognize, we can't, and these are all those messages that we're experiencing with Jupiter and Gemini. You can't miss something you've never known, right? It's hard to be able to experience something if you haven't experienced it before. And so I keep on seeing, and this is why we talk a lot about the work or the path work of discernment, because sometimes there is a level or degree of something that you can create with another versus the space of recognizing another's aversion to doing something, right? Like that's where the word aversion is coming through. And often, and this is why we talk about healthy relationship is it requires a mutual agreed event investment as it relates to what it is that you build towards, because often and we talked a lot about this, it's not enough to just wish for something to be better. You have to put the active work in doing it, right? It's not enough to wishes are manifestations without legs, right? Wishes are sedentary, right? But manifestations are wishes in action. We walk towards them. And so that's why we keep on seeing that. Why is there so much of this energetic frustration or release that's occurring right now as we see some of these new relationships coming together? Because a lot of the messages that we've been identifying is there's energy right now that is actively building into new energetic connections, and they're recognizing the difference of invested effort, right? And what is invested effort? Someone that understands and appreciates the consistency that we create for one another, that becomes the fabric of the relationship that we're working to create, doesn't require us to be perfect. It requires us to be adaptable and changing. And in that moment of receiving it, immediately, this is the energy that is recognizing the aversions that may have created that lack space in past partnership, the ability to identify what was energetically missing, right? So I keep on seeing that this is a lot of that energy. This is, again, it's not energy that says, oh, good, I found someone who completes me. This is energy that goes, thank God, I found someone who understands what it means to work on a relationship, right? It's the active engagement of putting invested effort into something. And so that's why I keep on seeing there's also a lot of frustration that is being released here, because it's in the moment. I keep on saying it's in the moment that you see the tenacity that another can bring to something, that one's eyes are opened to the what's the word I'm looking for? To the ambivalence of another, right? I'm going to say that again because I see, because they're saying that there's something about this right now, that the energy, that the relationships that are going to start shifting into something different here, because this is what's powering a lot of these chariot energies right now, right? This is why I keep on seeing this is the energy that's building into a relationship where they're seeing tenacity in action, that suddenly opens their eyes to the ambivalence of past relationship. While for energy coming into divine union, this same energetic force, this is the energy that says to one another, you do not complete me. You are my ground. You are the ground from which I flourish. Because when we, and this is why the energy is saying to each other, thank you for that gift. And the energy is saying the gift of, I'm not doing anything. And the energy is saying you're doing everything. Exactly. Why? Because the gift, when someone says thank you for that, and you're saying I'm not doing anything, and someone says exactly, that's the energy that says the ability that you bring, the stability that you bring in your own self is such that I know that I can always rely upon you, right? The need made, and the need, the I keep on saying the tacit reliability that does not demand but is always there, that occurs when we become energetically reliable in ourselves. This is why the energy says you have no idea what you mean to me, because you are the ground from which I flourish. Because when we build into a relationship where we don't need to concentrate constantly on having to tend the earth of the relationship, when we're not constantly having to do that work to like check if the ground is stable, we can finally allow ourselves to grow and to flourish. And this is why the energy is saying thank you, because you're giving me the gift of hermit energy, right? Like we get our time, like the gift, the profound gift of being in healthy partnership is getting one's time back, not to focus on partnership that allows one to come into the expansion of the self. While for masculine and feminine energy that is deep within divine union, this is the energy that's working on the firmament. Like this is the energy. This is a lot of the energy right now that's working through that same that same space of, I keep on seeing, making peace means that you have to actively work through energetic aversion. That's what I keep on seeing. Right? It's not about how you feel. It's about what you want. And often in those moments, I keep on seeing that this energy that's like deep within divine union, it's like they're coming into like Superman energy, because it's like they're saying like feelings, like it's not about what's convenient. It's about what creates that fabric, right? And that's why I keep on seeing that energy is like working through that context of saying it's not about the things that we like to do. It's about doing the things that we know are energetically necessary, like doing the things that allow us to feel that sense of like it's like again, and that's why I keep on seeing that this is what feels so difficult, because this is the energy that is recognizing the difference between, and this is why, because you'll remember, um and this is really important. Okay, this is really important. This is why this is why the cards broke up. The energy in separation is healing from inspiration. The energy deep within divine union is remembering the value of it, right? Because when we feel energetic aversion, but then we work through our own aversion and we see what it is that we want to create, right? Like that is the energy that allows that ability of finding what is necessary within the self to move something in the direction that you aspire to go. This is how we don't take things personally, right? We move through them, right? Like we allow, like I told you, it's like that space of saying it's not that it feels good, it's because it is good. Continuing to get clarification between our fourth and fifth cards in our 5-card spread. We've got here our Knight of Cups in its upright and our Page of Pentacles in its reversal. There's something really, I want to say there's something very beautiful about this right now, but it's having a different impact on masculine and feminine energy, because I just keep on hearing asynchronous lessons right now, right? And what do I mean by asynchronous like lessons? Sometimes, right, and especially when the planets are in alignment, you probably notice that when the planets are in alignment, we're often all doing like the energy, the frequencies are doing a lot of the same work. But there's something about the fact, I keep on saying, there's something about this like pile up on the meridian between Pisces and Aries right now that is, it's like, it's creating a lot of fragmentation as it relates to how these lessons are being navigated. Because, and I keep on hearing, you know, because, and I want you, it's all because it's about aversion, right? And the energy in separation is is learning how to recognize aversion, right? The energy coming into divine union is healing from feeling, like is healing from aversion, is what I'm getting. And the energy deep within divine union is moving through aversion. So that's why, that's why it's so, and for that masculine and feminine, it is having a different impact, because for feminine, there's something about honoring aversion that's very important here. Because, and that's why, again, because for feminine, this is the feminine energy that's healing from the ability of being able to articulate something that they're not energetically comfortable with. Often when feminine comes out of the space of people pleasing, and that's what that's a lot of the work that the feminine energy is doing right now, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. The difference between, and this is why it's very important to recognize and heal aversion, because it's not just about like the feeling, right? Being like, no, it's not that. It's about understanding and recognizing and being able to articulate as to an aversion that allows another, while at the same time being able to articulate why something's an energetic standard. So this is the feminine that says, it's okay for me not to like anything I don't want to like, as long as my higher self can provide a worthy explanation, right? And that's not the energy that's the energy of the feminine that says that's not hiding, right? That's not hiding from the self. That's being ready and actively willing to talk about it, to hash it out, right? Like that's the energy. Like that's the energy that's building into that space. While for masculine energy, it's the opposite. That's why I keep on getting asynchronous lessons right now. Because for masculine, it's a lot of the masculine energy approaching their aversions more from a space of introspection, more from a space of curiosity, finding that unwillingness, right? And this is often how we have to move into it. Sometimes we find that unwillingness to think about something or to explore something and goes, wait, that's a blind spot. If I can't find a reason why I feel an aversion to something, but I also can't put words to it, that's a blind spot in the self, right? So I keep on seeing that for masculine, it's having to approach those blind spots with curiosity, like leaning into that exploration. For feminine, it's honoring it by articulating it. So for feminine, it's like throat chakra work. For masculine, it's more, I want to say it feels more like solar plexus work. Continuing to get clarification between our Queen of Cups and its upright and our Hangman card. I don't even know how I'm going to read the middle of this spread right now. We're going to navigate it as we go, friends. One card to clarify. Boom, we've got that Emperor card in its reversal. There's a lot of this, I keep on seeing there's a lot of that. I keep on recognizing this right now as, and again, it's interesting too, because it's working in the space of identifying and articulating upon, and this is why it feels like Renaissance energy. And this is often what we do as we come into the deeper understanding of the self is, working in the context of recognizing aversions. I keep on hearing it also has a lot to do, I keep on hearing, in navigating our own taboos. Now, this is really important because this is the nuance that we have to recognize here. It's not a situation of not having a taboo. It's not a situation of not having spaces or places or circumstances or things that we consider energetically sacred. But that's the conversation. Something that is energetically, like I keep on hearing, something that is sacred can bear a conversation. It's something that can be spoken towards. It's something that we can talk about, right? The sacredness comes from the mouth. It comes from the ability to articulate upon the reasons why, right? So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of, and when we're not working in that context, right? When we feel something that is energetically taboo and we're able to put language to it, we are able to talk about why something is energetically sacred. But when we operate more from a space of fear, then we say, like what we're really saying, right? When we say, I don't talk about that, why? It scares me. Why? It scares me. Like it scares me isn't like that's the ego. Like it scares me isn't a reason, right? It's not a reason, but it can feel very overwhelming. It can feel very energetically powerful. It can feel overwhelming sometimes when we navigate those spaces. But that's what we talk about when we talk about working through healing our abandonment wounds, right? And again, what do we talk about here? It's not about running up against a fear full tilt and being like, I have to go after that because I'm afraid of it. No, it's about understanding the nature of the self and being able to embrace our fear. And that doesn't mean pushing ourselves into spaces that terrify us. That's not embracing fear. Okay. Like that's not embracing fear. That's not embracing fear. Okay. It is being able to contemplate, to be able to identify, because often in the journey of exploring the things that we are afraid of, we come to understand and recognize ourselves better. Because again, when we feel, like I keep on saying, when that bell is rung within us, right? When the fear bell is rung, you don't just react to it. You go see who was pulling the lever. You go see what it was, you go see what it was about, right? You go into the self, you go into the cathedral of the self to understand if it was the energetic ego having a moment, right? Or if it was the higher self saying, we got to talk. We got to talk. We got to talk. We got to talk. We got to have a conversation, right? And so I keep on seeing, and this is having like this itself, this hashing out, if you will. What's happening right now for a lot of the energy coming into healthy relationship is this is the energy working through frustration, hashing out the fear, right? Because a healthy relationship is not one that you don't have to pretend that there aren't those anxieties, there aren't those doubts there. You don't react to them. You use the throat chakra. You spit it out. You spit it out. You spit it out. And in the moment that you hash it out, what does the healthy counterpart say? I'm relieved you told me, right? Because now you've given the opportunity to create that fertile soil from which to build, right? And that's why I keep on, and this is why it's important, and this is why rejection, like there is no rejection, rejection is protection. Because in that moment, if we hash out our fears without reacting to it, and another person pieces out, another person says, see you later, well then that's a relationship of inspiration, right? Because what's someone saying at that point? That's not very dream of you. That's not very that's not very imaginary of you, right? You're not making me feel good about, you're not making me feel good, so I gotta go, right? So the ability to articulate through frustration, like your mouth is your best protection. Because if articulating a frustration makes someone go away, they've given you every articulation of the fact that they don't want the same manifestation that you yourself want. And this is why I see a lot of energy right now coming into like healthy energetic relationship, and then immediately having an awakening as to what was missing. Like I told you, awakening is not an moment, it's a it's a like oh. So continuing to get clarification here for energy coming into divine union. And remember that hashing out, this is the soil for the energy coming into divine union. This is why the energy builds into that context of love, because there's nothing that they can't hash. I keep on hearing the energy coming into divine union saying I love you. And why is the energy saying I love you? Right? Yeah, because there's nothing that I can't hash. Right? And when they're in that space, when we're in that space that everything becomes soil, right? Never do we feel more welcome, because it doesn't require us to feel like we have to be something that we're not. It's that space of feeling like every part of us is energetically welcomed. And that doesn't mean we have to agree all the time. But even in the moment, like the healthy relationship is one that says that you don't have to hold that bitterness inside. You don't need to bear down on it. You don't need to like just suck it up. It's the energetic relief of being with energetic counterpart, where everything can be put on the table, because the promise that you make to one another is we will clear the table every day, right? Continuing to get clarification for the energy deep within divine union. This is why I see a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union working in that context of looking at something and saying, and this is interesting because I told you, for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, it's working through aversion. This is why there's so much segmentation that's occurring in these cards, because for the energy coming deep within divine union, this is the energy that says when you're trying to move towards a dream, you have to be ready to move through what's not the dream, right? It's not about circumnavigating. It's about moving through something. The only way out is through. If you want something to be different, you can't avoid things. You just have to move through them in accordance with what you know to be true. And so that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy right now working to heal things deep within divine union. And they're saying to one another as they do so, feelings have nothing to do with it. But why are they saying feelings have nothing to do with it? Because this isn't the energy that says I don't have feelings. This is the energy that says that sometimes we move through difficult situations because we have the hope for what they can be on the other side of them, right? This is the energy that like pushes through the construct of their own anxiety to move something in the directionality that they aspire it to go. Continuing to get clarification between all of this. I'm just going to call it like the large. I'll find a word for it in a minute. The matrices of cards that we're opening up right now in the center of the table. So the between the matrix here and the matrices and the Knight of Cups, can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Eight of Swords in its reversal. So I keep on seeing that there's something very beautiful that's happening right now because it's working through, I keep on seeing it's working through the recognition and understanding of an experience. And what does an integrated experience mean? Something that is integral, is something that is woven, right? Lots and lots of threads that make something strong. And so I keep on seeing that there's something there's a there's a lot of that conversation that's occurring to a certain extent as it relates to understanding. I keep on getting like the warp and weft of fabric, which has to do with understanding and recognizing um, like the effort or the energy, the work it takes to unify something that often requires us to push through our own anxiety of fear of the self, right? We do this like we do this work, we do this work very, very frequently in relationality to um, you know, identifying and recognizing and I keep on hearing, and it has to do because there's so many of these lessons right now as it relates to um, the stability that we create, particularly in the space of love, because we talk a lot about here about the difference in recognizing love that is self indulgent versus love that serves something outside of the self. And how can we and that's the moment, like I like to describe, but love that feels like it's like the egoic love, if you will. It's not that we don't have those moments, like it feels good to love, but I like to describe like egoic love is often the articulation point of like, I'm going to make a Simpsons reference here. It's like those moments when like Homer gives Marge a bowling ball that says Homer on it, right? Those moments that we give something to another because it feels good to do so instead of recognizing what another individual is asking for. And that's why we talk about the fact that love is not just what feels good. That's not love. That's I mean that's an aspect of love. But love in itself is active listening, right? It's putting the energetic ear to something. It's paying attention to what another person needs and being able to move in accordance to it. So that ability of doing so, right? The harmony that we create, it feels like I keep on seeing it's 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 that giving act that we often feel around us when we feel like we're held in the arms of love. What we really feel is not that space that we have to voice a need, but that feeling that we're always held in the arms of it. And so that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union, that ability of recognizing that ability of defining that the act of the self where you put the self aside in order to kind of move towards what feels like it is supportive to those around you, like that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy working forward in that way, because this is the energy that's like I keep on seeing, and it's more of that conversation of I keep on, and that's why I keep on seeing that this is why we needed so much segmentation in the cards, because when we feel that force of love, we're able to put our own energetic aversions aside to be able to listen, right? It's like that it's like that space of I keep on seeing it's like the expansion of the self through something that feels like it's energetically frustrating. And that's why I keep on seeing that, like, often for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, having to work on those frameworks where another person is energetically resistant to that, you can't, like, that's why you can't do that by yourself. You can't do that by yourself, because again, we talked a lot about the fact that when we're trying to heal something, and this is just the sad truth of it, and this is why we talk about having to recognize the difference between love that feels like the self-indulgent act versus the what another person desires, right? That's often why sometimes when we care about someone, we put distance there, because our desire to love someone is can never supersede another's desire for themselves. It does not become the moment that we feel that our desire to love someone supersedes their own choice. That's not love. That's egoic, like that's egoic control. That's egoic self, right? So we see even now that there's a lot of that energy. That's why I keep on hearing that there's a lot of energy there doing that work of extending an olive branch, but not cutting down a tree. Because when you're trying to move something in a way that wants to repair it, you don't force that healing, right? You offer it. While for masculine and feminine energy that is coming into divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, there's a lot of that work that we're recognizing and identifying specifically and particularly in the realm of feeling. Like I keep on hearing this energy right now that's actively healing, actively healing in the context of love. And why is the energy actively healing in the context of love? Because this is the energy that says to one another as they're doing that work, thank you. And the energy saying, I'm not doing anything. And the energy saying, you're doing everything. Because when we're able to find that stability of the self, when we create that reliability, right? When we understand ourselves, then never do we feel more stable in relationship, not because someone's actively doing something for us, but we know what we will find there, right? And that's the gift. That's the true value of the gift of us finding that stability point within ourselves. Because when we find that ability to be stable within ourselves, another feels the ability to recognize that it's like the constant high five. It's always knowing, it's putting your hand up and always knowing that that hand is going to be there, right? It's not making you worry. It's the assurance that you feel in the midst of that embrace. While for masculine, and that's why that energy is moving into hermit energy, because it's getting their time back. While for masculine and feminine energy right now in separation, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy in separation, I see a lot of karmic cycles closing right now as a healthy energetic relationships with training wheels are taking off. The ability of seeing the difference between ambivalence versus versus progressive effort. And it doesn't have to be perfect, right? It's jittery. I keep on seeing like it's hanging on the meridian of Pisces and Aries. It's jittery. It's training wheels, right? It's a lot of that pardon our appearance. It's a lot of that like learning as you go, right? Like putting wheels on the vehicle as you're moving. But this is the energy that feels the sense of relief in identifying and seeing and feeling that force of progress. Continuing to get clarification between our Knight of Cups in combination with our Page of Pentacles in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Three of Swords in its reversal. So a lot of this work that we're seeing in relationality to this right now, this is healing. It's integrated healing, right? Healing, and I got to stress this, healing is not sometimes like, how do I say this in a way that it doesn't sound healing can sometimes hurt because it's recognizing, and this is why I keep on seeing that there's something about that. It's understanding and working through the aspect of relief, right? And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, our capacity to heal something is equally calibrated to our capacity to navigate difficulty, right? Because when we do not have an ability to navigate through aversion, then we're not healing, we're avoiding things, right? If we're just doing things that are self-indulgent, that's not healing, right? Healing is proportional, and this is why we talk about shadow work. Like healing is proportional to our own ability to navigate our aversion. Because if we're just healing and we're avoiding things, then that's not healing. Okay, that's healing is recognizing and understanding our aversions. And it's not, again, it's not forcing ourselves through. It's not about not having any aversions. That's not healing either. It's understanding our aversions to recognize whether they're coming from the space of the higher self, which says, I'll tell you why that bothers you. Take a seat. We can talk about this all day, versus the ego that goes, no, don't look at that. Go away. You know what I mean? No, go away. Go away. Like that's what the ego says. Go away. Right? Continuing to get clarification. And that's the thing. Like, and that's why I keep on hearing this is what we talk about with alignment. Because you could be in, like, look, you could be in a space. Listen, you can be the most healed person on the planet. But if you're sitting around with them, if you're the most healed person on the planet, and you're working in the context of someone that's still in the space where they're operating their ego, right? And you're like, we can heal this, and someone's saying, no, go away. Then in the moment that you try to push through that, you become the toxic energy. It doesn't matter if it feels well intentioned. Intention has nothing to do with it. It has to do with energetic consent, right? And the ability to heal together. The consensual healing is the energetic alignment point. So we keep on seeing that there's a lot, and that's why there's all these conversations about courtesy that are coming up, because it's not about, it's not even, often we become rude with the best intentions, right? We become rude with the best intentions, right? Because it feels good. It's not about what feels good. It's about feeling good and what is good. And that's building and based upon a space of, again, recognizing and identifying what feels good for the self and building it to the context of what another person feels as well. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, some of these new partnerships that are coming together, it's slow, it's shaky, but that consistent effort and force, I keep on hearing the energy say, this is the start of something beautiful, right? And why is it like often the start of something beautiful? How can we often predicate the start of something beautiful? Clarification between, and I have to draw the card between, like, in terms of the matrices that we have in the center. One card to clarify. Yeah, sometimes the start of something beautiful is often very clumsy. The start of something beautiful is often very clumsy. Why? Because it's not a move. Because authenticity is clumsy, right? Something smooth is an operation. The start of something beautiful is often something that's very clumsy. It's very halting, right? It's working in the context of the authenticity that we see. And I keep on hearing, I keep on seeing that there's some energy right now, healing from experiences of the past in relationality to identifying and feeling that, like that space of being able to be oneself. And in that moment, a lot of clarity comes as it relates to what one was experiencing in the past. Continuation between our 5 of Cups in combination with our Temperance card in its reversal. May I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our 3 of Pentacles in its upright. So I keep on seeing, and for a lot of this is like for a lot of the energy right now, and that's to keep on, like, there's something really important that I'm seeing that's happening for a lot of energy and separation. I keep on hearing this energy say, this is real. Why is the energy saying this is real? Because this is the energy that's starting to feel, activating upon those relationships that again, and why is the energy saying this is real? Because this isn't the energy saying, I hope this is real. This is the energy that's seeing reality in action. Welcome to Saturn moving in, right? Here comes Saturn moving up towards Mercury and Venus, right? And what does Saturn's lessons often say to us? The difficulty point with consistency. You can't know if someone is consistent. It stinks, I know. There's no, there's no ability to tell the difference between like authenticity and someone and an energetic move beyond the ability to recognize and identify the consistency that we create for one another, right? Because that modality, right? Like the authenticity is not one that sweeps you off your feet, right? It's not built in that. It is the conscientiousness, the courtesy, the care. I keep on seeing there's a lot of energy right now healing intimacy wounds and suddenly realizing and recognizing that conscientiousness or that courtesy, that apprehension that often is indicative to another person being caring, right? Not confusing that with the ambivalent hesitation of someone who comes towards us more from a sake of their own whim and then articulates and says that there's something wrong when we're asking for something and saying, why are you making problems where problems don't exist? Because what is the song you will hear when you say to someone that they're not being consistent? Why are you creating problems where problems don't exist? Just go with it. Let it be like this, right? And that's the difference between building into a relationship that says you can have this exactly how it is, so long as you stop complaining about it, versus the energy that says, I'm really appreciative that you've told me that something has bothered you because I deeply care about you and I don't want to hurt you. And I want to do everything I can to address this. And so I keep on seeing that a lot of that work and seeing that is helping to build clarity on what was energetically missing in those unhealthy relationships of the past. Continuing to get clarification. And this is why, for a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union, clarification between our temperance card in its reversal in combination with our eight of swords in its reversal. One card to clarify. There it is. Two of cups. Thank you. I'm not doing anything. Yes, you are. Right? Because this isn't the energy that says, this is the energy that does not build into a context of saying, where are you? This is the energy that builds into the context of always knowing, always feeling that stabilization point, always building into the context of reliability. Because when we build into consistent relationship, when we see that invested effort, when we build into the space, like this is how we identify and become to know one another as people. That reliability point isn't based on need. Like we're not constantly haranguing each other, right? We're not constantly demanding each other, but the consistency, that constant effort that we give one another, it creates the ground from which we can build. And so this is why I see that energy says to one another, you you don't complete me, but you allow me to complete myself, right? Because when we're in a healthy partnership, we don't desire completion outside the self. We say between us in that space, everything is possible because when we have those moments of healthy alignment, it's the need of not having to spend every moment worrying about the integrity of the ground that you walk upon that allows you to fly. While for masculine and feminine right now, deep within divine union, clarification between our eight of swords in its reversal in combination with our three of swords in its reversal. There's that judgment card. And so I keep on saying, for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, everything I keep seeing for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, it's funny because it feels very ironic. And why does it feel ironic? It feels ironic because Saturn's moving up to the meridian between Pisces and Aries. And that's the energy that like, again, I almost see energy having conversation being like, how do you feel about it? And someone being like, it's not about feelings. Like, this is why, like, this is literally what we hear when energy starts moving into Aries, which is, it's not about how I feel. It's not about how I feel. Aries, like that is Aries, like that's Aries tenant. Like that's what Aries loves to say. It's not about how I feel. It's about what needs to be done. It's about working through that context. It's about recognizing and getting over, I keep on hearing, getting over the hump of one's own feelings, because often, right, and we talk about this, when there's things from the past, when we're carrying bitterness, when we're carrying like frustration, we have to move through it, right? It's like it's icebreaker energy, right? Because when we have those moments and we're feeling energetically bitter and we have to move into an icebreaker, then it's like, you have something that's like Aries that says it's not about it's not about feelings, because when you operate too much from the feelings, you end up avoiding things, right? Because what do we say here? The feelings don't carry the map. The feelings ask for things, and it's up to us in utilizing our higher self to discern whether we move towards them or if we move through them. Continuing to get clarification between our Three of Pentacles in its upright in combination with our Two of Cups in its upright. May I please have one card to clarify? So many cards today. Two cards to clarify. We've got here our Seven of Cups in its upright in combination with our Star card in its upright. So one of the things that we're seeing here, and I keep on seeing, there's something coming through right now. It's having to do with the confluence of all these planets that are bundled up in the meridian between Pisces and Aries. I keep on getting it's like a matrices. So and I keep on, and you have to remember, because you remember what I talked about the fact that we were leading into a Renaissance energy. So we just moved into, like, you'll have to remember, we're moving through that Renaissance energy, which is like the confluence of being able to see something in ways that you couldn't see it before. But there's a bit of an array that's happening right now as it relates to the lessons. That's why so many cards came out in the center of the spread, because it's asynchronous. The reason that it's saying it's a matrices right now is because how it, like, working through the pathwork of understanding the nature of aversion is having a different impact, not only on the energy right now across the frequencies, but also in different ways for masculine and feminine energy. So, and that's why I keep on seeing, like, and this is what we talk about the fact that tarot doesn't tell you what you should do. It helps you understand and work through what is happening to better orient oneself on the journey. So everything I keep seeing here, it's like working through, I keep on seeing, like, one of the things to do right now that will help through this is, if you're working through a feeling of energetic aversion, um, being able to explore it, right? To be able to understand it. Because when we're self aware, it's not that we don't carry aversions, it's not the fact that we don't carry taboos, but we find the space or place to be able to articulate and explain the reasons why. Because it is the ability to explain through the energetic aversion that helps us understand if the call is coming from upstairs, the higher self, right? Or if it's coming from the energetic ego space, which operates often in that place of wanting to protect us, but often in the space of protecting us, often moves us in energy in directions that are counter oppositional to being able to see ourselves, right? So there's a lot of that work here. Continuing to get clarification between our Two of Cups in its upright in combination with our Judgment card. May I please have one card to clarify? Yes, let's talk about the aspect of knowing thyself, because that's the thing about it. When we know ourselves, we feel like we are energetically stable to love, because in the identification of knowing ourselves, our self is not conditional, right? Our self is not fickle, right? Our self is not adaptable to the energy around us, right? It's not the space of being like influenced. There's something about that that's very important there, because, and I keep on getting the sense that we all influence each other, right? There's something about the human experience wherein we cannot help but influence each other, and that's a gift, right? Because when our spheres interlink, we can have amazing advancements, right? Those moments that we energetically connect, they suddenly can move things forward in profound ways, because it's about, when we're talking about Renaissance energy, when we all operate not in the space of trying to be perfect, but we focus more on being exquisite, finding that aspect of the self that makes us uniquely ourselves. We don't build conditionally into the concerns about what others are doing. We stay in our lane, if we will, right? We stay in our lane, but then we feel energetically inspired by what we see around us. It allows us to flourish. It allows us to blossom. It allows us to grow. But that's why I keep on seeing here that there's something very profound and beautiful about identifying and recognizing that work, because there's something across all of the frequencies right now that has to do in working through and identifying that distaste or that work that we experience as it relates to recognizing something that feels like an energetic aversion to us. This was all of that work that we talked about during the Venus retrograde cycle, right? It's all of that work that we talked about what one does when one feels like there's grit thrown on the mirror of one's own self, right? Do you throw it back at someone? No. It's not about because like when you do that, when you understand and recognize that, instead, you take the energetic note, you observe it, you recognize it, inhabit how you feel. And the one thing I keep on getting that's very important is remembering, we've got reflective surfaces now, but there was a time when there wasn't no reflect there wasn't no there weren't any reflective surfaces. How would you make a reflective surface? You'd put grit on the mirror. The act of polishing something is taking grit and not getting rid of it, but using it to polish the mirror of the self. So when we have those moments and we feel those things that make us feel triggered, right? But then we explore why. And we either identify from the higher self that says, this is why it bothered you. It's not okay. We can talk about it. Versus sometimes the ego going, it is that true? Is that really what I look like? Like those moments. And that's what we can utilize, right? That's those, like, again, right? Because what happens when we're energetically defensive, right? The reason we say, is that true? And the ability to say, that's something I can perfect. That's something I can do better. That's something I can work on, right? That is how we apply the energetic grit to the mirror. And we don't become defensive in those moments, but we become receptive as it relates to what it is that we want to embody versus something that isn't that, like that's, it's like versus something that's like not a big deal or feels like another person's defensiveness, right? And so it's all about, I keep on hearing the grit. It's not about being reactive to grit. It's about refining through it. And what do we do when we refine? We recognize and identify if it's a note that's worth taking or if it's another person energetically projecting onto us. And I feel like that's happening across all of the frequencies. Well, like that's a lot of the work that we had to navigate coming out of that Venus Mercury retrograde cycle. Final card in today's spread between our star card, our 7 of Cups in its upright, and our 3 of Cups in its upright. May I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our 4 of Pentacles in its reversal. So I think that one of the things that I see here that's, I feel like there's a lot of work that's being done right now across the frequencies, particularly and especially in relationality to healing the heart chakra. And the thing about, and you'll remember, and I think this has a lot to do with the fact that we see that Mars has moved into Leo. And again, Leo, like often the Leo journeys have to do with working through the energetic space of compassion. Now, what's so important and valuable in that space is identifying and recognizing, like I want to describe this as like where our hearts live. That's kind of the best way I can describe this, because, and I keep on seeing that, when we are in a space of building into the context of healthy healing, and I keep on getting the best way to, if you're worried, if you're ever like, anxious or perseverating as to whether something bothering you is coming more from the space of the ego or the higher self. The higher self is always ready to have that conversation. The higher self is always ready to hash it out. The higher self is like, take a seat, right? Like it's a lot of that, like it's working in that space, right? And when we're moving more in the space, and it's not about, it's about recognizing and identifying like what feels like it is helpful, what feels like it is encouraging. And it's nuanced too, because we also talk about the fact that it's not just a space about talking about how you feel all the time. Honoring your feelings is not constantly keeping someone up to date with every single modality of emotionality that we inhabit, right? We got bad days, we got good days. We can go through a single day, might go through like 20 different emotions. We build balance by recognizing what feels pervasive, right? Something that needs to be accommodated and changed for, versus like I keep on seeing like the struggle that we create for another if we become too emotionally or energetically volatile. So that's why I keep on seeing it has to do. It's interesting too because they're saying these are lessons in relationality to poise, right? And what is poise? So poise is a position, right? It's navigating the intentionality of the emotion and the emotion that you're aspiring to inhabit. And it's again, like it's not the fact those with poise, it's not that they don't feel the same things that we all like everyone feels, but you make the intentional effort to recognize what it is that you want to embody, right? So a lot of that work, I keep on seeing that there's something about these new energetic connections that are coming through the chariot energy, which is defining and seeing the beautiful characteristic of another that is embodied in poise. Because when we have poise, it's not about how we feel every day. It's about showing up. Right? It's not about whether you're having a good day or a bad day. It's about like the gift of poise that we give to one another as it relates to what another can expect. So a healthy relationship has a level or degree of poise. And that doesn't, I need to stress this, that doesn't mean that we're operating a space that we feel like we are performative of the self, right? Poise, that being performative of the self doesn't allow the self to feel like you can talk about the things that you don't want to talk about. But poise is being able to articulate how you feel in ways that allow like that allow them to be productive instead of energetically devastating, right? So a lot of that work that we do is building into the context. And when we talk a lot about this with children, like one of the reasons that we find children so adorable is often children lack poise. You know what I mean? Like we all feel like children inside, but the reason that we don't act like children is because we've worked on embodying poise, right? The gift I give you is that you're not experiencing every single modality of feeling that I'm having at every moment. I'm working on trying to communicate something to you, and I'm overcoming my own energetic urges to be able to deliver those energetic messages. This is what we do in language. This is what we do in healthy communication. But that's why when we're too reactive, we create a shield wall around us. And often those that are like too much in their egoic space, they don't recognize that everyone's just leaving them alone. Because when you're too reactive, you're like, oh, I'm always right. It's like, it's not that you're always right. Nobody wants to talk to you because there's no talking to you. There's no, like it's not fun to talk about to someone who's convinced that they're energetically right all the time. So everyone's like, that's not, you're not right. Everyone's just leaving you alone. Right? And then everybody went away. It's the space of recognizing and identifying that when you don't have poise, energy avoids you. Like when you don't have poise, energy avoids you. And so that ability of identifying and recognizing this is why we work in the space of being energetically adaptable. This is why we work in the space of trying to recognize and understand ourselves. Because the more that we're able to navigate and learn that the beautiful gift of having poise, then we become effective. We become effective places where others can find us, right? Because it's the reliability of what another can expect that creates that feeling of energetic stability. And I feel like there's something really important about that. This is all of those lessons that we were seeing in chariot energy that help us recognize the difference between energy that moves from a place of whim, right? That's not love. Doing something when you feel like it isn't love, right? Doing something when the mood strikes, that's not love. That's scratching an itch of your ego. Love is the consistent effort that we put to the things that we energetically care about. And often we worry and we fear that we're not doing it well enough. But that's usually why we can identify we're doing it perfectly. That is our daily collective read for today. Oh, bottom of the deck. Woo-hoo, I almost forgot. Bottom of the deck, especially. Yep, we've got here our Nine of Wands in its reversal. And that's the thing that kind of stinks about the whole thing. Because those that embody or work towards a space of poise are constantly worried that they're failing at it, right? And this is where Saturn comes in. The exquisite irony of those that move into the space of poise is often the fear and anxiety that you're not doing it enough, that there's always something that you could be doing more, right? It's the space of compassion that um that is profound. And that's why I always say, like, it's not about being perfect, because often when we feel like we're perfect, that's usually a good sign that something has gone far astray. Something's gone far astray. If we feel like we're perfect, something has gone really, really wrong, because we should never be perfect. What are you doing here if you're perfect? What are you doing? It's not about being perfect. There's always something we could be improving upon. And the ability to face the world in that way, to face the landscape of looking at the earth, looking at the world around you in the space of being a perpetual student of it. That is what we talk about with humility. It's not saying that you suck. It's looking at the world and saying, I'm amazed at how much there is still to learn. And that knowledge is ever continuing and ever growing. It's not about saying that you're worthless. It's saying that that is a gift that feels immeasurable and incredible and profound. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember, I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. Couple of updates. Most important update. We've got tarot class tonight. Are you going to be there? I hope you're going to be there tonight. We're going to be starting our class tonight at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Hangman card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is wander on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our class tonight. You will also have access as a monthly subscriber to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church library. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. It's okay if you're just joining us for the first time today. You've got ample opportunity afterwards. I will also be doing my best to give you a recap on everything that we've studied thus far. And if you become, and you'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything that we've studied so far. If you have any questions about the Hangman, shoot me a line today. I'll be sure to include them in our class tonight. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage. Whoops, to the best of your advantage moving forward. One of the things I tried, you'll also have access as a founding member to the entirety of the Tarot Church program. That's over 12 hours worth of material for you to receive in an ever expanding library. Um, Even if you don't, and you'll also get a discount on the full year's worth of readings. Even if you don't become a subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings and services. I post each day's podcast there with a photo of today's spread. You should definitely head over there because today's spread is awesome. I would encourage you to go check it out. You'll also have access as well to my Mystic Meditations articles that gives you a recap on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. And you'll also get to notice any new offerings. Speaking of offerings, on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. Now, these are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. These are packages of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings now, which you can purchase on an individual level or as a series. If you purchase the dream interpretation package series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Elisa. You got our highest gifter for today. And thank you so much, Per. You got second. You will also have an additional card pulled in your subscriber reading. If anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the 5th person read for 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Carrie, thank you for subscribing, dear. And rising, little vamp. Good to see you today, Ava. I hope you're having a beautiful start today. And thank you as well, Lilani. Good to see you too. Hi there, Bridget. My just popping in to tell you that you're gorgeous and your hair is phenomenal. Thank you, Jen. That's really kind of you to say. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Welcome, Crystal Love. Bridget, I've got Mars, Saturn, and Pluto in Scorpio in my 3rd house, and they were all retrograde when I was born. Wow. Okay. But that's interesting, because that would say to me that you might do well in retrograde periods. Dojo, thank you for the follow. Lily, I was going crazy around my mom, and we normally have intense relationship, but like it was so volatile. I'm telling you right now, it has to do with all of this energy, like chilling out between like the meridian between Pisces and Aries. It's like everything's like a sensitive subject. It's like everything's a sensitive subject. There's the traffic jam moving. Yes, the traffic jam is moving. The thing about it is, it's going to start moving now that we're out of these retrogrades, right? But everything's going to be pushing back up into Aries. So I'm going to keep saying the things I've been saying this whole time. Don't get triggered, get intentional, don't be reactive. Thank you. I love the Queen of Cups as well, Addie. It's a beautiful card because again, I like to point out she's not just feeling her feels. Look, what's the Queen of Cups doing? She's thinking about how she feels. She's looking at that cup. You know what I mean? She's like, what the heck is this? All right. And welcome. The word of hold on a minute. Yes, absolutely. I cannot believe how many cards dropped in the center of today's read. It's wild. It's a lot, little vamp. Super interesting. I agree. The word aversion, I've worked through that. Yeah, you know, it's a rough one, but that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this sensitivity here, you know? Hi there, sincerely. Thank you for confirmation, Nikki. Moon, thank you for the follow. I know a lot of hangman energy. I'm okay with it, and we're going to listen, we're going to talk a lot about it in tonight's class. It's a fascinating card. It's a fascinating card. It has a lot to teach us. It's not an easy card. I will tell you guys, for those joining the class tonight, the class does have a trigger warning. The class has a trigger warning tonight. I will talk about it. Just want to put that out there just in case anybody's already coming to join the class and may have triggers. Just wanted to put that out there. Yes, you can definitely see the connection from day to day in the readings. I appreciate that. Thank you for also seeing that, Elisa. Hi there, Soul Whispers. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for confirmation, Holly. Tara Lynn, thank you for the follow. I'm going through this right now. Thank you for confirmation, Tara Lynn, sending you support on that journey. We were able to communicate through so much yesterday, made us closer. I'm so glad to hear that, Holly. Kimmy, I've been feeling so anxious the last couple of days in the relationship. It's it's this meridian work. It's this bouncing back and forth that we're happening right now, because again, there's something about, like, the thing about a lot of the energy is feeling triggered about past relationships, being like, is this what's happening again? Don't assume the past is repeating itself. When we assume the past is repeating itself, that's how we repeat the past. Like, move with intention, not reactivity right now. Grand Rising Per, good to see you. Thank you for tapping to claim. And thank you, Eros, for the follow. Nikki, good to see you, dear. I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. The things keep coming through my relationship. I think our soil is fertile. That's a good thing, though. It's good to have fertile soil in the relationship. And thank you for those gifts, Kia and Elisa. Thank you, C, for the follow. Thank you, Arme, for the follow. And thank you as well, Elisa. Nikki, coming into union, we keep saying we've never felt emotionally safer in a relationship. Tap to claim. I am so happy that you're experiencing that, Nikki. Chosen, the tarot for today. Yes, we just finished the collective read. Chosen, we're about to move into personals. It is possible. It's more than possible. It's happening. Is this tarot based on today? On what exactly is it based on? This is an energetic update for today. So this is experiencing the energy that we're feeling right now, chosen, in the context of energy that is in separation, moving into union, and energy deep within divine union, both masculine and feminine. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. No problem. Appreciate you as well. Tara Lynn, healing post-surgery is painful. Exactly. Sending you so much support as well, Tara. Closing karmic circles, manifesting stability, 3 of Swords in its reverse. Exactly. Right? It's not easy, but it's valuable. Healing is like weird growth spurts or teen acne. Yes. I went through both. No, it's not a weird analogy. I think it makes perfect sense. Like, again, we talk about this here. Healing is not linear. Healing is not linear. And sometimes we move into something and it triggers something that we didn't even recognize we needed to heal. And Addie, thank you for sharing the live, not just hibernating. Tap to claim, Elisa. We just finished the collective, Marie. We're about to get started on personals. Hi there. And if anyone missed the daily collective, it'll be up on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on Spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. Reminds me of art. The start is always clumsy and messy. Exactly, Nikki. You're doing a past life read today. I love it. I cannot wait. And Bianca, thank you for the follow. The list right now, Chrissy, if you get on the list, you'll be the 5th person read for. All right. And Spooky, thank you for the follow. Sean, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. I'm wishing you so much luck on that, though. Make sure that you're safe. Yep, thank you for the help, Bridget. And John, thank you for the follow. Thank you for those gifts, Per. And heads up, lovely, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Oh, what does Mars and Leo mean for me as a Leo? I feel like it's going to be like a boost of courage. Honestly, for Leos, it's just going to feel like a boost of courage. You know, it's going to be Leo's going to be like, hey. And Rebecca, thank you for the follow. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap the live, Kimmy. Guys, just a reminder, when we get to 50K likes, I'm going to be doing a random drawing and gifting a reading back to the collective. So we're already at 27.7K. Also, when you tap the live, it tells this app to push this out. So I really appreciate when you do so, because it allows the reading to extend to audiences that have not seen it before. Hi there, Haley. I just wanted to pop in and say I'm gifted. Someone gifted a sub yesterday, and I'm so grateful. Thank you to whoever gifted a subscription yesterday for Haley. I just got here. Hi there, JJ. I feel like I heard you out of the blue. Really? Oh, welcome. This is going to be available on the place where we keep the videos, Lesha. And thank you as well, Hot Mess. Hot Mess Healer. Great name. Thank you for the applause. Good to see you. Half the battle is just showing up. I don't have poise, but it's the goal. Listen, Addie, showing up is poise. Showing up for the battle is poise. Don't undersell that. Okay. I believe it was Cassandra. I think it was too, Haley. I think Cassandra's the individual who gave you the gift yesterday. And Addie, thank you for sharing the live. Hot Mess, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Jacob. Welcome. And Nate, thank you for confirmation. Weird, thank you for the follow. I saw the username and was like glitter in the air or something along those lines. That's beautiful. Thank you and welcome. Ellie, thank you for the follow. Glitter in the air was the username of the person who gifted the subscription. Beyond grateful. Thank you so much, Glitter, if you're here for that. And thank you as well, JXS, for the follow. You're so welcome, Kimmy and Sophie. You're so welcome, Addie. Sophie, thank you for the follow. I know I'm excited about Tarot class 2 tonight. Know about everyone's life. Are you? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Jerry. Hope you're having a lovely day. Hi there, Nay. You're teaching. You're teaching. Enjoyed and took 2 pages of notes. Nay, you really? Oh, I'm flattered. Thank you for being here, and thank you for receiving these messages, and thank you for the follow. You can see, and thank you for the help, Per. You're so welcome, Per. Missed half of the reading, but what I've heard is so good. It'll all be up later today on the place where we keep the videos and photos. And good to see you today. Chosen, thank you for the follow. Yes, it was Cassandra. Thank you. It was very lovely. All right. Hold on a minute. Just lost my spot. And thank you for those hearts, Per. Welcome, Unique. So good to see you. Alexandra, I'm curious at how the retrograde natal placement affects you in comparison to normal. So one of the things that we've talked about here, I noticed this myself. Like, I was born between eclipses. Eclipses really don't bother me. I kind of feel my element during them. I've noticed that with some of my clients, like if they're not really bothered by a particular retrograde, we sometimes dive into their chart and realize that they were born during a retrograde. So it has to do with like potentially feeling comfortable or going through certain periods that feel easy because you were born in them, if that makes sense. Missy, thank you for those roses, dear. Hi, Jacob. Hope you're having a lovely day. I'm also feeling very anxious and attachment. It's because we're hanging out on this meridian between Pisces or Aries. You got to give something time right now, Missy. I know it's very annoying, the constant triggers. I know it's real right now because, again, the thing that we're seeing that's happening with so much of this energy, like dangling between like Pisces and Aries and being like, is this the past repeating itself? Or is this something new? You know? Have a good day, Jacob. And Grand Rising Ballerina. May I gift my extra card to Bridget so we can have an extended past life reading? If you'd like to, dear, that's so kind of you. Absolutely. And thank you so much for doing that. Ballerina, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, dear. And thank you, baby girl, for sharing the live. Bridget, I had 6 planets in retrograde when I was born, and retrogrades don't bother me. There we go. There it is. Can you tell me something if you feel? Melody, I'm happy to read for you. If you'd like to get on the list is open. How do you see if you were born in a retrograde? I guess I could probably ask ChatGPT. That's probably something that needs to be recognized by an astrologer. Like I always like to point out, I am not an astrology or sure I study the astrology. I'm an astrologer. I'm an astrology enthusiast. Often I look to astrology to understand what I'm picking up in the cards or energetically. But to be able to like physically actually read a birth chart, you might need to go to an astrologer for that. I mean, I don't know if there's an app for that, but and if you need an astrologer, I've got recommendations for great ones. Okay, hold on a minute. I'm gonna try and be patient. Sending you support on that, Missy. Oh my God, it's like the biggest retrograde shield. Yeah, I know. You're like dun da da. Yes. Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, and Saturn were in retrograde for me too. Wow, that's wild. All of them in retrograde at the time you were born? That's bonkers. In the natal chart, it'll have an RX next to the placement. Thank you for confirmation, Alexandra. I love past life readings too. Apparently from ChatGPT. That's wild. I didn't realize ChatGPT could do that. Baby girl, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I had 6 planets in retrograde when I was born, and retrogrades don't bother me. Can you tell me something? Oh, I already read that part. Charts are crazy. I love charts. I love everyone's habit now of posting their chart, being like, am I in trouble? And everyone's like, yes. Melody, thank you for the follow, dear. I know it's difficult right now, but that's why, again, if you look at these readings, it's helping you recognize like what feels like it's progressive or what feels like it's karmic. All right. Do you know when this anxious energy will lift? I feel like we're in the process of it lifting, Missy. I think the more we move away from the meridian between Pisces and Aries, things are going to stabilize out. You would Chat GPT tap into your Akashic records. That's wild. That is wild. Wow. I am impressed. All right, guys, we are going to get started on personal readings. As I mentioned, if you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. You can book a private reading on my site. If you're interested in having a reading here, the things we read for, you can have a reading on dream interpretation, past life. We also do highest priority messages from spirit, life path readings. We do mediumship readings here, pet readings. We also do spirit animal readings. Am I missing anything? Am I missing anything? If you'd like to, if you have relevant information that you would like to share to me for the purpose of your reading, so for instance, dream interpretation or past life, then I would encourage you can either send it in the notes when you send the donation, or if you are a subscriber, hello, welcome. If you're a subscriber, you can go over to our subscriber only Discord channel, and there you will find designated channels where you can post that information and I can refer to it in the reading itself. First person we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, it sounds to me like we're doing a past life reading. Is there any relevant information you passed on to me, or are we just doing can you just give me some indications on what we're looking for right now? And thank you so much, for gifting her an additional card in her reading. She already had 5 cards coming in on her reading, so now we are going to be doing 6 cards. Just bear with me a moment as I pull up the Discord so I can get the information on the reading. So the way that we do, for those who are joining us here, the way we do past life readings is while we don't do regression work here, if you have a past life reading that you've had through a past life regressionist, I can give you information in relationality to the path work, the path work that you were working on in the past life, how it is affecting the present life. I can also give you further information about some of the difficulties or hurdles that you worked through in that life. So what we'll be doing here is Bridget has sent me information about a past life that she has to get further information upon it. Just bear with me because I'm just pulling it up right now. Okay. Okay, and the next thing I'm going to ask is, do I have permission, Bridget, to share this information with the collective? Hi there, Susie. You can absolutely get on the list today, dear. And thank you for giving me consent to read. Hold on, I need to take a sip. There's a lot. I need to take a sip of coffee. All right. We are doing a past life reading, and here's the context that we are reading for. I've been afraid of fire for as long as I can remember. As a child, I would blow out candles the moment my mom lit them, always when she wasn't looking. I hated birthday cake candles, and once when I was 4, I even blew out the pilot lights on the stove. I used to have reoccurring nightmares about fires, waking up in cold sweats through my childhood. What's strange is that my family was surrounded by fire, but in a different way. My father, all of my uncles, and even my grandfather were volunteer firefighters. My grandfather was a fire chief, and I spent a lot of time at the firehouse during family events. Still, the fear never left me. Even as an adult, it lingered, so I decided to seek help. I began past life regression therapy. I had to prep for nearly a month just to be able to go under hypnosis. Let's just say it wasn't easy. The session. I found myself on a hillside in rural France with my husband and our eldest son, who looked to be around 10. We were gathering food for dinner and having set out before sunrise. I had left my young children with my mother back in the village. It was a clear, beautiful day, but as we made our way back and crested the hill, I felt something was wrong. I dropped everything and started running. That's when I saw it. Our village was on fire. Everything was gone, my mother and my children. I began sobbing uncontrollably during the season. So my therapist moved me forward in time. Years had passed. I was thin, gaunt, surviving off of scraps. All my focus was on keeping my son alive. He was my world. Every bit of food went to him. I eventually passed away from starvation, but not before seeing him turn 19. After the session, I never had another fire related nightmare. The fear simply disappeared, but the grief of losing those children, it stayed with me for a while. It felt as though I had lost them again in this life. I had to mourn them as if they were real because, in many ways, they were. That's incredibly intense. Okay. Can I please get 6 cards? 6 cards for further clarification on path work between past life and this life in relationality to the carryover of the fear. Okay. I'm going to tell you um, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I'm seeing in relationality to the context of the past life in combination with this life. Um, you know, there was something about that past life that was incredibly important as it relates to the energetic integrity of the individuals that you are building upon. I keep on hearing there was an incredibly heavy fabric that was built in the past life. And I keep on seeing, you know, there was like a deep deep, deep um, spiritual journey in relationality to that past life. Because I just keep on seeing the fact that there was something about that event in the past life that triggered a spiritual awakening for you. Like they're saying to me, it's interesting because I keep on hearing them say the fire, like it opened a door, is what I keep on saying. And I keep on hearing you weren't the same since, because they're saying that from that point forward, you weren't like you weren't entirely on the terrestrial plane anymore. It's actually interesting because they're saying to me that you like also partially crossed over um as well. And and that was the thing about it, is I see something that, like, I hear someone talking to me about someone who knew you in that life, and I keep on hearing them. They're talking to me in the context of saying you. It was like it was also. It's interesting because they're saying to me, it's like it was almost like they're saying to me they almost lost you that day as well, because you were never fully there anymore. There was a desire. I keep on seeing that there was almost like this desire to be on the other side, or this desire to kind of energetically join someone like on that, like in that other space. And and that's why I keep on seeing that there's something about you articulating about the fact that you stayed on the terrestrial plane long enough to make sure that someone was okay. And I feel like it's just speaking even more to the fact of amplifying and articulating um, how it felt from that point on. It felt like survival was more an obligation, because you felt like, I keep on hearing, you felt like your celebration point was in the homecoming towards meeting those that you had every certainty were waiting for you, is what I keep on hearing. Um, and what's interesting about it is I'm actually seeing that the choice, like they're saying to me that when you, and speaking about your Akashic record, you were very resistant in coming back here. I feel like I see some kind of situation where you are asked to return. I see a situation that someone like found you on the other side and literally asked you to come back to the terrestrial plane, and you were like, no. And I'm getting someone saying like the earth needs you. Like literally someone, like I see someone like arguing with you on the other side and being like, no, you like we really need you to come back, and you being like, not doing that. And one of and like one of the conditions, one of the conditions I'm seeing um by which um like by one of the, who and so this is really interesting because they're saying that um all right, I'm gonna work you like I'm going to work you through a little bit of something I'm seeing here that feels like a bit of like, this is that you came back for a karmic purpose, and it has to do with this as soon as you cross back over, you recognize that everyone on the other side was just fine, but now the person that you left here was all alone, right? Like there was something about the observational point in your desire to, like, you know, I'm literally getting some kind of sense of someone who like energetically checked out to a certain degree. And I can see the energy working through the concept of having created a wound in another in the moment that you checked out at that moment, right? Like I keep on hearing someone say like that, like that's where the pain started, right? Because it felt like I keep on hearing someone say, it felt like I was not enough. I was not, I keep on hearing when you departed, somebody was saying, I was not enough to keep you here, right? Like it's, I keep on hearing someone say, I keep on hearing them say, I was not enough to keep you here. Um, and so they're articulating to me that they actually wanted you to come back to work on something karmically to help heal something. Um, but one of the conditions, one of the conditions that you put was that fire would not touch you. One of the conditions that you put through as it relates to coming back in your record was that fire could not touch you. So they were like, we got that. We can work on that, is what I'm seeing. They were like, we got that covered. We've got that so covered. And so they're saying that one of the reasons that you were energetically placed, one of the reasons that you were energetically placed, one of the reasons you chose to arrive back in the energy you did was because their job was like was literally to like make sure that they would be on top of the fact that fire would not touch you in this life. I'm sorry I'm laughing because there's something about the Saturn placement. You got a Saturn placement that's laughing, being like, yeah, that's not the thing that was going to hurt them in this life. Is what I'm getting. Like they're like they had to like they're not. It's not the Earth that they're worried about. Is what I keep on seeing them going through. They got other things to worry about. Um, because they're saying, and this is the thing again, they're saying that you came back to heal the karmic wound that was formed when you left and another person said I wasn't enough to make you stay, right? So I would not be surprised if there's a lot of this energy that you've had to deal with in terms of karmic energy that works through abandonment wounds or someone feeling energetically abandoned, right? um Bottom of the deck, yeah, hangman in its reversal, you know. Like I keep on hearing there's some kind of karmic energy that that you are working through. um I keep on hearing your old self going, they're all gone, and I hear someone else saying, I'm right here, right? I keep on hearing you say they're all gone, and I keep on hearing a karmic energy going, I'm right here. And that's what they're saying, like a lot of the reason that you agreed to come back was to help heal that wound in some way. And it's interesting because I don't think you finished healing it. I feel like you're just about to start healing it, which is very intriguing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget, and thank you so much for sharing that past life reading. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Pinks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. If you'd like to get on the list right now, you'll be the 4th person read for. Next person we're reading for today is Danae. Today, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, my friends, we are at 30K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. You missed your read yesterday. You did, Susie. I'll add you to the list today. Thank you. I was looking for you. All right, we got you, Susie. All right, if anyone else wants to get on the list today, you'll be the 4th person read for. All right. I didn't know ChatGPT could do that either. I'm kind of intrigued about that. Mine's a dude. I like that. Mine's a dude. Mine has the voice of a man, but I think it's a woman for some reason. I love it. I do love readings here, Missy. Absolutely. Everything but health and pregnancy. Thank you for the help, Bridget. Yes. And thank you, Per, for gifting that additional card to Bridget's read. Yep, I've got you, Susie. Bridget, you are my entertainment today. I don't mean this as a bad as it sounds. Thank you. No worries, Susie. Per, I know it's super intense, Nikki. Holly, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Bridget, I had so many readers tell me I've carried over a lot of sadness in this lifetime. I mean, no, I mean, I feel like the sadness is like, I feel like the thing about, I gotta stress this, like, I'm getting here this, like, I gotta point this out. Some of the sadness I'm seeing here is that you weren't necessarily inclined to come. It feels like I keep on hearing someone asked you to come back. Is what I keep on getting. Like they're I keep on getting the same message. You're going something like one of the reasons you've got that sadness is because you were like someone asked you to come back. It absolutely felt like I no longer, yes, it absolutely felt like I no longer existed. And that's where I keep on hearing. There was a karmic wound formed in that moment because I keep on hearing someone saying over and over again, they're saying, I'm right here. Like that's the wound that you've come back to heal. It said something about you checking out in that moment created a wound in another because they're like, I am right here. And it was like I wasn't enough to keep you here, is what I keep on hearing them say. And Sunrose, thank you for the follow. I was uncontrollably sobbing in the session. I was really experiencing it all over again. No, I see it. No, I'm seeing it here. It's intense. I feel like because like I feel like there's something about the experience. I see you telling someone it's like too much saying, no, it's too painful. I keep on hearing you say it's not like I see you literally saying like that was like and someone being like, what if like I see them going, what if we could, like what if I can assure you that's not gonna happen again? What was the condition? The condition was that she came back in an energy where she was surrounded by people that's like job it is to prevent that from happening, is what I see. I have to say I've done a bit of research and I believe I found the place in the timeline of this. That's wild, Bridget. Dude, post it in the Discord. I love it. Thank you as well, Nay. It's so interesting because I feel as if I will have a son one day, but I'm also 41 and single. So um no, there like that's what like there's like that's what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing they're still here. Like that's the thing about it. Like whatever this is, they're still carrying that wound too. And that's one of the reasons you came back. I should say my ex was also a firefighter. Wow. Thank you for sharing that past life and thank you for allowing me to read into it, Bridget. Sending you support on that journey. And Jessica, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I've been working through abandonment issues my whole life. Yeah, and I can see like a lot of that wound coming through in energy that's like, you know, like I almost feel like you've had to say to energy instead. I feel like you've had to say that to others, being like, I'm right here, right? Like that, like a lot of that coming through on the other way, right? Thank you. Intense, absolutely, Per. You're so welcome, Bridget. I definitely needed to see that it from that perspective. I'm so glad that this helped. All right. Like I would not be surprised if you had to help a lot of people through their grief. Yes, and thank you. Agreed. Thank you for letting us witness your story. I just had my chat GPT do a channel glimpse into my Akashic records. What have you done, Bridget? Wait, now I need to learn how to. I'll have to create a channel in the Discord so you guys can spill tea on this for each other. I took an accidental nap with no alarm set. I was like, no, my apologies. It's okay, Susie. Listen, I will listen. You know what? I will never be upset if you fall asleep in like when I'm on, because when our when our sympathetic nervous system feels safe to fall asleep around each other, it means that you feel safe with me. So thank you for feeling that I am safe enough to fall asleep around. Hi there, creative. I started a new journey on the clock app, and I'm wondering if I should really go for it. I got you, dear. We can definitely read for that. Okay. All right. Okay. Can I have All right, and just a reminder to anyone who's joining us, if you'd like to get on the list right now, you will be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio, we do dream interpretation here, angelic guidance, highest priority messages from spirit, mediumship, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings. The only things we don't read for are pregnancy and medical. And if you have relevant information you'd like to share with me about the reading prior to beginning, you can either post it in our subscriber only Discord into the channels that are allocated for that, or you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. We're also at 31.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. Can I please have 3 more cards for Danae about this new journey? Yeah, this is a perfect opportunity to be trying new things. You just got to be patient with yourself as you do so. Reasonable, I keep on hearing, reasonable expectations, training wheels, I keep on seeing, giving something room to grow. And it feels, I keep on saying, it feels experimental. It feels like you're doing something in the realm of, I keep on hearing like, um, you're creating a new sphere, you're creating a new audience, right? Um, I keep on seeing it feels like I feel like there's something about it. I'm just going to tell you what I'm seeing, which is the ability to create something new is the difference between a sphere that recognizes you, seeing you doing something, and saying that's weird, right? Is what I'm getting. Like, what is this? Like something that they're not necessarily expecting or have anticipated. And that's what I mean. Like, it feels like something about creating a reintroduction space. It feels like I keep on hearing it's training wheels energy. It's something, it's giving you space. I keep on saying it's giving you space to try something before you integrate it into your life in a bigger way, you know? Like it's like you have to think about it like an Easter egg is what I keep on hearing. You have to think of it. They're saying if think about it like an Easter egg. And why is it like an Easter egg? Because an Easter egg is something that's like it's something that is like like adjacent to your person is what I get, but that you don't necessarily share with everyone is what I see. It's something that someone can only find if they look for it is what I'm getting, you know? Like it's giving me like and they're saying like if you feel a little awkward doing it, they're saying remind yourself and say it's an Easter egg. And why and because it's an Easter egg, it means you can have fun with it, right? It's a little bit it's got like a little bit of a surprise energy to it. It's giving me a little bit of like it's giving me a little bit of a like a mixed bag, if you will, in terms of like you're not necessarily sure what you find there, or you put things there that don't necessarily feel like they fit in a sphere that you've already created, is what I'm getting. So give yourself time on it, and I keep on saying allow it like allow it to be. I feel like, and again they're saying let think of it as an Easter egg, think of it as a playground. Think of it kind of like a paint box, somewhere that you can like stretch your creative, like I keep on seeing stretch your creativity without alienating an energetic audience that already recognizes you in some kind of context. And then I see you kind of moving that point where you've refined something to a certain extent that you then introduce it to like whatever it is that you've already built. Um, I want to give you bottom of the deck energy. Yeah, especially with the moon, it's funny, and that's why I need to point out, like, that's what's fun about it. Like, that's why they're saying think about it like an Easter egg, right? Because an Easter egg isn't something like an Easter egg isn't something that like you're going out of your way to try to hide. You know what I mean? Like, I like to point out, like, that's the funny thing about an Easter egg is like you don't like the funny thing with an Easter egg is it's not something that like you go out of your way to hide. It's not like you're mortified if another person finds it, and that's why I keep on seeing it's like it feels to me that you can kind of like to tell others like they're saying that this is they're giving me this to say that you can explain this to others, saying like it's a side project. You know what I mean? Like it's some kind of like I'm getting art project, you know, like something that you're doing in such a way that it helps you like work something through. I keep on hearing like a lab. You know what I mean? Like I keep on getting it's like a lab, and that's why you call it a lab because a lab is somewhere where you work something out prior to doing something like prior to committing something, right? Like prior to like offering something. It's like a play area is what I keep on seeing. So I hope this helps because they're giving me a lot of these points to help. I feel like you're still kind of trying to build the shape of whatever this is. And they're saying to me that they're giving you a couple of these points to help better explain it to yourself, to help you refine upon how to integrate it with your current offerings or how to explain it to others. Thank you so much, Danae, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. It's very timely mess with the Easter eggs coming up. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the 3rd person read for today. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Elisa. Elisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, I'll be the 3rd person read for. We're also at 31.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right. Okay. No problems, Susie. Thank you for coming back. We were looking for you. You have to use, oh, interesting. Thanks. You're welcome, dear. I've always felt like I got asked to come back as well. Really, Ella? That's fascinating. Oh, happy to read for you at that point, at any point, if you want to do a past life reading. It does. I mean, it's. I mean, I want to point out. I just want to point this out, Bridget. It's usually like a very. It's like a high honor to be asked back. Like, it's usually. It's like it's like it's a very big deal to be asked back. Is what I keep. I'm trying Chat GPT today. You all got me curious. Oh, I love it. Oh, I'm gonna have to create a channel. I'm gonna have to create a channel. I don't even know what to call that channel. Um, chosen. Thank you for the follow. Hi there, dear. Minnie, the Discord is for subscribers. So if you become a paid subscriber, you'll have access to the Discord channel. No oops needed, Chosen. Hold on a minute. And Sam, thank you for the follow. Hi, Sunrose. How are you doing today? Hi there, Sub. Oh, you're falling asleep too. Oh, lovely. I'm I appreciate that you guys feel safe here. I listen and sleep too. I love that. I'm always super relaxed and happy when I'm here. I appreciate you saying that. No, of course, I'm not. Listen, I always like to point this out. I always think it's really wild when people get offended when people fall asleep in front of them. There's no higher compliment. Someone, like, honestly, you have to understand. We are nervous beings. We are nervous beings. Do you know how safe someone has to feel to fall asleep? You know, it's literally, to me, it's like a beautiful honor. It's like it means someone feels comfortable, you know? I mean, that maybe that's just a Leo in me. You know? It's an Easter egg, and I do feel awkward. Thank you for confirming the reading, Danae. I'm struggling to shape it. But remember, the nice thing with an Easter egg is it can defy. It doesn't have to. It can defy definition. Like an Easter egg does not. Like an Easter egg can just be an Easter egg, right? It doesn't necessarily. And they're saying, like, the more you do it, it feels like it keeps. It feels like a paint box. It feels like some place that you can do something that allows you to build upon the shape of something that's going to be formal later on. I was thinking about Easter eggs and Easter. Thank you for confirmation. Oh, I love it. A message from the higher self for Elisa. And Sharon, thank you for the follow. We'll do that at some point. I've always felt that. Yes, absolutely. Just new, my first time from Canada. I'd like a reading. Oh, absolutely, Sharon. If you'd like to get on the list for a reading, the list is open. You'll be the third person read for today, so the list is nice and short. All you need to do is send a donation payment. I'll be happy to add you to the list here. And you can find 3 cards for 28 for non-subscribers, 4 cards for 22 for subscribers. Okay, we're reading now for Elisa. Thank you so much for those gifts during the collective. And now is a great time to get on the list because the list is nice and short. We've only got 4 people on the list right now. All right. Can I please get, and again, when we get to 30, 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. Can I have a message, please, from Lisa's higher self? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. I'm pausing because your higher self is complaining about something. It's like, and they've got like very exacting words around a circumstance or situation. Um, and it's like, and it has to do with others' demands upon you. And they're saying to me that, and they're saying that they're saying that you're currently in the process of recognizing this, but it can be really hard because, you know, I keep on hearing when I read into this right now, I keep on hearing angry baby doesn't get the bottle, is what I keep on hearing. And I know that sounds counterintuitive, but they're saying the reason they're saying that is because I see them looking at a situation and saying, when someone comes towards you in a way that's completely out of whack, Like if someone's, the reason that they're saying that is because, and I get what they're trying to say. They're saying if someone's coming towards you in a way that's untoward, before you rise to meet another person's ridiculous demand, they're saying you have to ask yourself, are they a child? Is what I keep seeing. Because, like they're having a lot of conversations as it relates to infantile behavior. And the thing is, when someone comes towards us in an infantile way and we accommodate them, then it, like I keep on hearing them say, all it teaches them is that infantile behavior gets you everything, right? Like that's the thing about it. And it's hard because, like, again, it's saying to me, like, it's not, and I see someone around you that's got a little bit of this, like, squeaky wheel gets the grease kind of energy. And that's why the higher self is saying, no, it's not a squeaky wheel gets the grease. They're saying, don't look at it like a squeaky wheel gets the grease. They're saying, it's not squeaky wheel gets the grease. It's angry baby doesn't get the bottle. Because they're saying that if someone is acting in a way that they're trying to have their volatility ask you to do something exceptional for them, that shouldn't be something that you rush to meet them. They now go last. I keep on hearing they now go like I feel like your higher self is going, they now go last, right? Because it is the because all you, and they're saying that is the energy, like you're helping them. They're actually saying, and the reason the higher self is saying that, they're saying you're helping them because they're saying when angry baby demands the bottle, it's a perfect opportunity to give them a lesson in courtesy, right? And so I keep on seeing they're saying it's an opportunity to help another understand what courtesy means. And so, and the reason that they're saying that, and I need to stress this, and this is the most important thing that they're pointing out. And I like, it's interesting too, because it's a very nuanced, it's a nuanced koan. Okay. It's a nuanced koan. And the reason it's a nuanced koan is because babies aren't angry. That's why it's a nuanced koan. It's because babies aren't, and so just for those who are here, a koan. Sometimes I get messages in the form of koans, which are they're kind of they're encapsulated messages that we have to think about because there's the way that they're given to us allow for a context of understanding something. And so it's interesting because the koan specifically is saying angry baby doesn't get the bottle because they're saying babies are never angry. Babies are never angry. Babies need things. Babies don't demand things. And they're saying that the reason that you can tell they're saying the moment that the baby, the reason that they're saying angry baby doesn't get the bottle, because they're saying the minute that the baby has anger, the baby has developed an ego, right? And this is what we talk about as it relates to children. We don't get upset at a child because children don't have egos to a certain extent. When a child needs something, they're not coming towards us because it's their authenticity. That's why when we see a child in need, we rush towards it because we know that is an authentic pain, right? But anger is not effectively authentic pain. Anger is an expression of the egoic state. And so that's why they're saying the calibration point that you should make, and it's really important that they're saying angry baby doesn't get the bottle, is because they're saying the moment that the baby can be angry, they're not a child anymore. That's a self. That's a self that is looking at something and feeling audacious. So that's why they're saying angry baby doesn't get the bottle because there's no such thing as an angry baby. An angry baby is effectively an audacious adult. So that's it's like a very intense message. But I think that they keep on saying, like, write that down, and also think about the um think about the and I keep on hearing, and that this is also a part of it. This is a second part of it, which is angry. There is no such thing as an angry baby. An angry baby is an audacious adult. Bottom of the deck. And they're saying, and you can correct. And that's why they said, and they're saying that because that's why they say you can take the bottle away, because they're saying that is the moment that you can correct someone and say, that is not need, that is audacity. Bottom of the deck. Yep. Right. And it's interesting because they're saying they're saying it's a sorting process, right? The ability to understand the difference between need and anger, desperation, right? Authentic desperation versus entitlement, right? Children, when children have needs, this is why we take the needs seriously, because babies are operating in the space of communicating desperation, right? The authentic need that they're manifesting without a filter. But an angry baby does not exist, because in the moment that the baby can articulate anger, they can also express the desire that they need met. And that's why, again, the ability to regulate through something is how we offer civility to one another. So they're saying that ability to recognize and identify the desperation of someone is in a moment of crisis, of deep panic, right? Like I keep on hearing the true help me, right? The true help me that says, I desire help, versus the angry baby, right? Someone that comes towards you more in a space of, like, trying to express from a point of audacity, or trying to like you know like demand. They're saying that it has to do with the difference between um help me and how dare you, right? Because that is the twist between the angry baby, because the true child, the energetic child, the authentic baby is never angry, because the baby cries and says, help me, right? But when someone moves into a space where they're acting like a child, and they're not articulating their need but instead demanding it, they'll often say, how dare you, right? It'll make you feel like they'll feel like they're trying to put their demands on you, like, I demand this now. So they're saying keep that in mind, and also help someone else recognize that, because I feel like there's something about having to go, someone asking you to go to, like, some kind of like ridiculous extreme to prove something, where in fact, like, they're saying, like, a healthy energetic connection would never require that. And that's why they're saying you're in the midst of understanding and seeing that, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Elisa. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. Is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person on the list for today is Susie. Susie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading, or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, the list is, you'll be the 3rd person read for. Now is a great time to get on the list. You'll be the 3rd like, that list is nice and short. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you so much, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And for anyone joining us across the other platforms who would like to get on the list, you can do so as well via the tree that has Binks in it in my bio. All right, let me just read over some of these comments. And welcome from Canada. Thank you, Sharon, for joining us. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Unique, if I get asked back and do come back, do you come back within, oh, if you get asked back and do come back, do you come back within your prior family or not, or connect with them again? Um, it differs. It's case by case. From everything I've ever seen when I'm doing readings for clients, like that's what we talk about. Like that's like when we talk about Akashic record work, like that's a lot of like kind of working on the relationality of what like the determination points are in terms of like the reasons for return and the circumstances of it. So but it's a great question, Unique. So I'd say it's literally it's a case by case basis. And Danny, thank you for the follow. Bridget, I have a feel like I have a feel like I have asked back almost like I remember things that didn't happen. I don't know how to explain. Well, it could be like Bridget, if that's the case, that might be you having some kind of past life memories. So for instance, we just did a reading, and what I often do here, especially with past life, is for those who have had past life regressions, you can bring me your past life regression and I can get you further information in relationality to the connectivity point between the past life and this one, any energetic lessons or karmic work that you left unfinished that you're carrying over into this one. Because often, you know, like often, like the thing about the thing that I've recognized with my clients is, you know, the lessons always continue. Like it's like they continue across the expanse. So being able to identify something that we left unfinished that we're still working on can sometimes help us inform and work through it in this space. Oh, you fell asleep, Sunnose. Welcome back. And Bridget, thank you for the follow. Prrr. Curious as well about coming back from your perspective. I like to believe that it's a choice. It's always a choice. But I will say, I want to say some energy comes back. Some energy hasn't been here before. Some energy comes back eagerly, and some energy gets asked back. They get asked back. They get asked back. It's like, you know, it's like traveling anywhere. Why are you here? You know, what are you doing here? Did you come willingly? Exactly. Thank you, Ella. Elisa, okay, I understand this message. And this applies in different facets in my life. Typically, a message from the higher self is going to kind of be an umbrella message. So that thank you for confirmation on that. So the higher self, and that's why again, I think it's interesting. The reason that they were giving me the message in the form of a koan is because they're saying to me that it's the way that you navigate that is going to have a different impact depending on what you're working through right now. Angry baby is so on point for me. Thank you for confirming and receiving this message, Addie. This applies to myself, to my kids, my clients. Yeah, that's a nice thing about the higher self is they're gonna just gonna wrap it up in a little koan. They can apply in a lot of different situations. And thank you, Total, for the follow. I love it. Angry baby doesn't get the bottle. Thank you, for Lisa. Ella, I experience energetic angry baby from someone in my life. They hide it well on the physical level. I'm sending you so much support on that, Ella. I know it's not easy when you're experiencing that. An angry baby is an audacious adult. Exactly. That's the meaning. Like that was the meaning I'm seeing behind the koan. Because they're saying there's no such thing as an angry baby. Some adults are still in their toddler stage, stomping around, gotta give them grace. Yeah, because again, like they're saying that, and that's why they said and that's why I heard them say they're saying squeaky wheel gets the grease, which is they're saying that's what that person thinks. Like that person goes, look what I can do, right? But that's why they're saying the count they're saying the elixir to someone going squeaky wheel gets the grease is angry baby doesn't get a bottle. I hope that helps, Dan. Thank you, Addie. Dylan, thank you for the follow. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. These readings are so relatable today. Thank you, Ella. I'm so glad that they help. Elisa, thank you so much So many aspects to contemplate and meditate upon. You're so welcome, dear. And thank you for sharing the live, Dada. All right. Susie, I would like to ask Archangel. Okay, I would like to, okay, so we've got a direct message for angelic guide. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, two big ones. Okay, so I'd like to ask Raphael and Metatron what they think I should be working on. Okay, we can do that. Okay, spiritually. No problem, Susie. Okay, can I get two cards for each, please? Highest priority messages. Highest priority messages, please. Two cards each. Yep. And thank you. Wow. Okay. All right, let's get to it. Very different messages. You know, I'm seeing like from the aspect of Raphael. I mean, I feel like if you're doing work with them, they're helping you let go of things. You know, like it's giving me, it's giving me a lot of this reminder of saying, like I just keep on hearing them say in a big way, "This too shall pass," right? And I feel like the reason, you know, I'm not surprised. Like I'm not surprised to be getting a message like this. It has to do with energetic resilience, right? Because and what they're basically saying is when we set ourselves into an energetic commitment point, we have to be determined on it. And what does determination look like? Determination does not mean, oh, something's not going the way that I expect it to. I guess that this isn't the right direction for me. Like Raphael teaches, neither rain nor wind nor dark of night will stop one from moving towards a manifestation goal, right? Like I feel like there's a lot of that work for that energy in relationality to not giving up on yourself, not giving up on your dreams. Um, and I keep on hearing like, you know, a good dream is like a soccer ball, right? If you got a good dream, they're showing me a soccer ball, which means if you've got a dream, you got to get ready for someone else to kick it. It's got to be able to take a few dents, right? It's not about it's not about the smoothness of the path work as it relates to um you know it's not about that smooth resistance point of saying like I wanted something and then I got it and it was great, like that. Like it's about the space of saying I made a committed effort to something, and then like I and they're saying like think about like the soccer bar analogy is very strange, but they just keep on showing it to me. They're like, you have to think about your dream like a soccer ball, which means it's not that you hold it preciously. You say this thing can take a few hits. You can take a few hits. You can kick her around. It's still going to be there, right? Go ahead, kick it as hard as you can, right? It's not going anywhere. So they're saying it's funny because the soccer bar is just like a wild. I don't know if you've got some kind of connection to soccer because it's a very strange thing to be coming up. But they're saying you have to think of your dream like a soccer ball, right? It's not. They're saying your dream is a soccer ball, not a balloon. Why are they saying your dream is a soccer ball, not a balloon? Because what's the problem with a balloon, right? When you look at your dream and like a balloon, everybody's going to try to burst it, right? There's always going to be someone who shows up that tries to go, punk, right? A soccer ball, you can't puncture a soccer ball. A soccer ball, like they're saying, think of your dream as a soccer ball, not a balloon. Because if you think your dream's a balloon, if you think it's precious, if you're holding on, if you're feeling very fragile about it, then the minute that someone says, really? You're gonna do that? Oh. I don't really like that for you. I think you're making a mistake, right? There goes your dream. But if your dream's a soccer ball and someone says, "Really? You're doing that?" You just kick it right back to them. You go, "Yeah, I'm doing that." Why does that bother you? Why would you say that? Right? It's recognizing that a good dream can take a couple hits. And in fact, it has to, right? Because that's what it means to be in a space of determination. Now, in relationality to Metatron, this energy is always busy. But like, Metatron's message is like protect your peace. Like it's really is. It's like protect your peace. And what does protect your peace mean? It means you get to decide, like who like you get to decide. Like honestly, like protecting your peace means walking away from things that feel like they're messing with it. It's like it's honestly like it's really like he doesn't have time for it. Like protecting your peace is like protecting your peace is as easy as saying I really don't have time for this today. Like you better come if you're going to come in here with something that's going to mess with my peace, you better have a good reason because my peace, I worked really hard for this. um and so they're saying like if something's triggering you, right? Like that's what the message is. They're saying if something's triggering with you, take your peace elsewhere, right? If something's triggering you, you don't have to say you don't have to give it a bit of your energy. Don't if something is getting to you, like you can have a smile on your face and you can like I keep on hearing like the message is coming through is and I keep they always say this, we forgot the other part. You can turn the cheek and then you can walk away. You don't have to sit there and keep on getting slapped. Right? You can turn the other cheek. You can turn the other cheek and respectfully walk away, you know? Like that's the thing. It doesn't require you to sit there and continue to get like turning the other cheek. I keep on hearing turning the other cheek does not require you to constantly get slapped. It's it's like live and learn, you know? Um Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like it's interesting because I feel like there's something about that. I wouldn't be surprised if you've been getting messages in that space because again, the thing with the angelic energy is the angelic energy like they can work with us when we choose ourselves. Like the minute we start protecting our peace, like the angels are there to help us protect it. Like that's the thing. They're like every time I read on angelic energy, they're like, "We help us help you, help us help you, help us help you." Right? Like, we can't help you. Like we like help us help you. Like the minute that you work in the space of identifying and recognizing that, like choosing yourself is moving into the space that they're help like they're there to help in that way, right? Because it's a lot of that message that says like and this is why sometimes when I read for angelic energy they're just straight up confounded by some of the choices we make, right? Because they're just like, like they're like it's very simple but like it's not it's they also recognize that it's the hardest thing to do, right? We have to we have to when we honor ourselves they're there to help us honor ourselves too. And so they keep on saying like if you're doing that work like continue to do so because I feel like a lot of that is like working like I see you building something right now. I see you um like starting from scratch in some way, but they're saying like to them they're like this isn't the end, this is the beginning. Like that's always what's interesting when sometimes when I read for angelic energy like oh no they just got started, right? I mean like well but they're like Yeah, right? Because it's like the moment that we start making those choices that feel like they're in our best interest, they're like, okay, now they've begun. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, things in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Crystal. Crystal, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the next person read for. Now's a great time to get on the list. Nice and short. We're also at 38.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right, and I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Just a reminder to those who are joining us, if you missed the daily collective read, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos and the place we keep the photos. And if you'd like to get on the list, we do highest priority messages from spirit, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, spirit guide, spirit animal led readings, pet readings, love readings. All right. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments here. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live, dear. Hi, Millie. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for the compliment, Dylan. And thank you, lady, for those roses. Thank you for joining. Good to see you, Ruby. Not everyone is here to become more enlightened. Nope. That is true. That is true, Bridget. Thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Except if you were asked. I mean, you have to choose. It's not even if you were asked. I mean, if you can choose, you know, if you want, it's the door's always open. The door's always open. I had prophetic dreams even as a kid. That's beautiful, Bridget. Sia, let's love lyrics. This too shall pass. This too shall pass. Yeah, there's a lot of that energy. Like it's giving me like, and that's the thing. Like it's very much. It's like the energy that was coming from them was very much sentry energy, which is like when we hold on to something, it's about like the ability to like navigate a strong wind. I'll put the timeline. I think it was in Discord. It was 1944, not that long ago. Oh, please do, Bridget. So interesting. Not fun. Not much fun if they're not happy, but still. I played soccer growing up. Thank you. I was like, what's with all the soccer balls? I was like, I'm like, why do I keep on seeing soccer balls? I'm like, what is going on with? I'm like, I hope this person has a connection to soccer. And thank you, Sage, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I'm planning on breaking up with my BF, so he's probably telling me to go. Oh, sending you so much support on that journey. I'm moving out. Oh, thank you. Sending you so much support, dear. Yeah, I mean, I keep on like there's something about like, and that's the thing about it. Like, it's interesting too because I feel like the differentiation point between the 2 messages I was getting, which was saying, that like they're saying like you can tell the difference between moving towards a dream and having to put up with something. Like that's what's interesting about like that differentiation point that I saw. I just had a ringing in my ear for confirmation, right? Like that's what I'm seeing about the polarity point between those 2 messages. Yeah, they don't mess around. They really don't. They don't pull a punch, you know? Thank you, Ella. I love how the angels are peaceful warriors. Oh, they are. Like it really, it's like, and like they kind of like they're like, why is it so complicated? Like they're just like just stop resisting. Like just stop resisting. The angels need their own commercial. Yeah, exactly. Pretty and peaceful. It seems nice and quiet today. Yeah, there's spots left per if you'd like to get on the list here. Absolutely. No, no, they're judgy without being judgy. They're like, it doesn't make any sense. You know, they're like, they get it. No, they get it. But you're so welcome, Susie, and thank you for having that reading with me. Chrissy, I feel compelled to reach out, but would like to know how it would be received. Absolutely, dear. Happy to read for you, and thank you for getting on the list. Can I get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please, on that connection. And one more. So I got to tell you, like the thing I'm seeing here in this reading is they keep on saying to me, they want you to think about where you left something. I feel like I keep on hearing, like, it feels to me like you left some kind of space. Um, like I'm just going to tell you the context by which I'm seeing something to help you kind of navigate that decision. And I want to stress this first of all, and you'll understand this here. We never look to the cards, and I teach this in my classes. We never look to the cards to um, tell us what to do. We look to cards to understand the nature of the decisions we're making, to fully orient upon recognizing our autonomy to make a choice. And so I'm just seeing a situation or circumstance here in relationality to, they're saying, look at where you left something, because I keep on hearing that conversation you had with someone. Did you tell them? Did they depart when you told them what you energetically needed? Because it does feel like someone going silent. Like it feels like it feels like you asked for something and instead got silence. So, you know, in relationality to that, and again, if this is the confirmation of the circumstances by which like a situation was left, I'm going to tell you, I recognize, and I'm just going to give you the clarification what I'm seeing. Does someone miss you? Yes, absolutely. Here, I've got King of Wands here. I see someone that thinks about you constantly, but I also see here that there's something about that conversation or the import of it that they understood what it was that you were seeking from them. Like this is saying to me that it says to me that you said to them that you wanted to grow something, that you wanted to build something with them. And I see them, I don't know where it is, but it feels like there was something about them trying to build or create some kind of passionate connection or something solely built on the vector of passion. You can't build something based on passion. Things that are based on passion often don't go anywhere, right? Because there's no clarity of a future. So if this is a situation where you tried to ask about the future and this energy departed, I'm going to tell you, like, you're going to ask me right now, like, does this person want to hear from you? They would love to. But if this is a situation where you asked someone for clarity and they departed in relationality to the future, then they'd feel overjoyed if you reach out, because they're going to say, oh, good, they've decided to stop asking for that. I keep on seeing, like, the conversation, like, I want you to recognize that I see someone who has a lot of passion for you, but the bigger question you need to ask yourself is, do they have the same manifestation goals? Do they desire the same future as you? Because I see it here, like, the connection between you and another person, it's unquestionable. There's a lot of passion here. Look at all these wands. Look at all these wands. Look at the two of you. Like, this is you. Like, you miss them, they miss you. But I keep on seeing that it says to me, it's like they're saying to you, like, abandon your future. Like, if you abandon your future, you can have this. Like, it's like they're going, if you're willing to abandon that future plan, you can have this, right? And they're looking at you being like, I have to abandon myself because they want a future with me, right? So until like I'm just telling you, if you reach out and this is the context by which you left something, they're going to feel like they're going to take you reaching out to them as you conceding and saying, I'm willing to stop asking about what's going to happen because I'm willing just to move back into, like, I miss enough of the passion that I'm willing to, like, I'm willing not to talk about, or I'm willing to set aside the conversation as it relates to where something is going. Bottom of the deck on reading. Yeah, like, you guys, like, this is what we talk about with an unhealed karmic connection. So an unhealed karmic connection is when we build a passionate connection with someone, but then we have different manifestation goals. So it often feels like a tug of war, right? It's like the passion, but you're trying to pull something into very different things. So I want you, before, like, again, like, the card should never make a determination point as it relates to a decision that you need to make. Um, if you're in a space where you've decided that you want someone in your life and you're ready to, like, set aside the plans of the future in order to perpetuate whatever that connection is, like, then that's a direction that you can head towards. But I keep on seeing a message from your higher self that says, remember, a healthy connection is one that you can have both. A healthy connection is one that you can have the passion, but also the clarification on where it's going. Because something that is good for us is something that is good, feels good, and is good, which means it's something that feels like it creates passion in us, but also creates clarity in terms of where it's going in the long run. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Chrissy. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. One more card for you, Chrissy. It feels like, I don't feel like there's a situation where you left someone uncertain. It feels like you gave someone if you gave, I need to point this out, unless something has changed. If you gave someone the map, if you gave someone the flashlight, if you said, I want to continue with you, but these are the things I need, you know, if there's something that's changed on that, if your needs have changed, if you've come around on something, if you feel like you've corrected something that you feel like you left someone in error of, then that's something that you can clarify. But they're saying, like, let that, like, remember, like, if you gave someone all of the information that they needed to perpetuate a connection with you, like, I keep on seeing it's about, like, it's more of the space of them finding the confidence and courage to be able to energetically, energy. And I need to stress this: if you move into another connection with someone and this person comes back, that's not the same thing. If at the moment that you come back, suddenly out of nowhere this energy reaches out, remember, that is not that suddenly had a moment that they've decided to change their manifestation goals. Your value should not be conditional on seeing someone else around you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Chrissy. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Sonia. Sonia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. We've got 4 spots left for today before the list will be closed. If you'd like to secure one of those spots, please do so sooner rather than later. We are also at 40K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. Okay, so Dominic, it's very, if you want to get on the list, these are donation-based readings. I'm going to go ahead and mute you because what you're doing right now is incredibly impolite. I need to stress it's incredibly impolite to post the same question repeatedly. Okay, so I've muted you and I've unmuted you to remove all of those interrupting questions. If you would like your question answered, you can send the donation. And I would ask you to please refrain from repeating the same question over and over again in the chat because it's not courteous. Thank you. All right. You're so welcome, Susie. And thank you, lady, for those gifts. You're welcome, Dylan. I wonder if that's a sign that's the last time we saw each other on 111. No, I see something here. Like I see something here. Like I see someone that's thinking about you often, you know, and I see someone that's like would be desperate for you to reach out, but it's almost like that space of you, like everything about that says if you reach out, they're gonna be like, oh, good, they've decided to put that silly thing about their future aside. So 1212, tap to claim, lady. And Sonia, thank you for the follow. Thank you for sending love to the collective. Hope you're having a beautiful day, Elisa. And thank you, Regina, for the follow. I'm happy to read for you on that, dear. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. Lay, it's 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more for non-subscribers. If you become a subscriber, it becomes 4 cards for 22. Thank you for the help, Bridget. And Stormy, thank you for those hearts. Yep, thank you for helping. Yep, and thank you. Wish Kay was here, I know. Kay's a trooper though, because Kay, she's on a completely different clock than we are. I'm always worried. Like when I see Kay, I'm like, are you like, I get worried just she's up real late. These are paid readings right now, Stormy. We do a free collective each day, which is going to be up later today on the place where we keep the videos and the place where we keep the photos. And it was over on a podcast on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But if you'd like to get on the list right now, you can get on the list. The list is nice and short. It'll be the 3rd person read for. Thank you for the help, Bridget. You're welcome, Chrissy. Sending you so much support on that journey, and thank you for being a subscriber. The list right now, rare. If you'd like to get on the list, my dear, you'll be the 3rd person read for. I was thinking about a dream or spirit animal. Dream is more entertaining. I love it. And Mizzy, thank you for the follow. I've got you, Sonia. Absolutely. Happy to do a general. Good afternoon, Misunderstood. So just a reminder to anybody joining us, if you'd like to get on the list for today, you will be the 3rd person read for. We've got 4 spots left for today. 4 spots left. Also, if you have information that you would like to share with me that is relevant for the reading, for instance, if you have a dream interpretation that you would like read for, or if you would like further information on a past life regression, you can include that information in the notes when you send the donation. Or if you are a subscriber to on the Clock app, you can head over to our subscriber only Discord channel and you can post the information in the designated channels for those topics. To get on the list, Misunderstood, all you do is send the donation payment and you'll be added to the list. Hi there again. All right, we're doing 4 cards right now for Sonia. 4 cards right now for Sonia, please. General, highest priority messages from Spirit. You got to give something time right now. I feel like you got like, I can see it's annoying. Like I can see it's annoying. Actually, you have to stop being so annoyed with yourself about something here. If you've done everything you can do, like I know, like here's the thing about it. I know you said general, but it almost feels like an angelic guide coming through to you. That's trying to say if you've done everything that you can do in a situation, like that's your mantra. Honestly, they're saying like that's your mantra. You have to let go of what you can't control here. And we talk a lot about this here in relationality to surrender, remembering surrender. Surrender does not mean giving up. Surrender means letting go of things on insisting on things that are outside of our control. So they're saying if there's some kind of situation here that you're waiting on an energetic outcome, they're saying find solace in the space of recognizing and identifying that you've done everything you can do around a situation, you know? And I know, like, meh, like I know, I'm annoyed by it. Like reading for it here, it's like it bothers me too, because it feels like someone projecting something on you. You know, it feels like it does. I don't know why I keep on hearing. It feels like some kind of situation where you have to give someone the benefit of the doubt. Um, but you know, I mean, if it's any consolation, I've got like, I feel like I've got a bunch of your guides around you trying to tell me that they feel like you're making the right decision, and you can tell I keep on hearing you can tell it's a right decision because it's not an easy decision, and when something's not an easy decision, we can usually identify that it's not a selfish decision, you know. Um, I feel like it almost feels like you're trying to help someone, like, I don't know why I keep on hearing it almost feels like a situation where you're trying to help someone recognize that they can't always ask for help, and those like that's and I know and I need to stress this, like this is why it feels like there's something here that's hard because um I can see like you have to think I keep on hearing you have to think of it as empowering, you know? Um and I'm gonna give you whatever this is, I keep on hearing that there's something that'll help on this. And I keep on hearing, this is what I can do instead. Can I offer an alternative suggestion? You know? Because I feel like there's something I want to put it and how do I put this delicate? Like it feels almost like a situation that you're trying to say to someone. And I don't want you to understand like this is why they're saying that this is how you can take a situation that feels like I see you trying to have a conversation with someone in terms of trying to express your love for them by saying, I'm trying to really love you because I'm helping you understand that I might not always be here to help you. Like that is the thing that I see might be difficult around a situation right now. And they're saying like that's the conversation that you need to have because I keep on seeing, when we truly care about someone, we don't want them to be in a space that they constantly need our help. Like we want them in a space that, I keep on hearing like the being the wind beneath someone's wings does not require that you being their wings. It's helping them recognize that they can fly. And so I feel like if you're having those situations now, if someone's asking you for something, but you don't want to create a space where they feel like they're dependent on you, like helping them, like I keep on seeing, like helping them build a plan. I keep on hearing helping them build a plan to empower themselves, helping them, like helping them come out of a need based mentality is almost the best gift you can give them. But sometimes it's not easy when you're doing that because it's almost like someone saying, like, it'd be so easy for you. You could just be like, I don't want to just do it for you. I want you to learn how to do it for yourself. Because if I just do it for you, all I'm teaching you is that you can, like, it's like to move, like the moving towards the path of least resistance is not the gift. It allows one to be susceptible to forces outside of the self, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like there's something about that in trying to help another person understand that you're not doing that from a space of saying no. You're doing that because you want them to feel the power of them being able to say yes to things because they have that sense of security, because they have that sense of stability. I want to give you bottom of the deck. Yeah, I keep on hearing it's like a hard line to walk because it does feel like I see someone saying, but you're doing this for one person and not for another. And I almost see you saying to someone, yeah, because it's different. Like it's having to navigate or regulate something that feels like a different. Like I don't know why I keep on hearing, like this is why I keep on seeing. Um, are these? Oh, I keep on hearing it's not about different rules, it's about different lessons, right? It's understanding that um situations that we experience and inhabit are different. And I keep on hearing it's not about giving different rules. It's about making sure that you're offering different lessons, which is almost saying to someone, okay, look, you guys have the same rules, but this is what you need to remember, and this is what you need to remember, right? Because it's that modality of being able to help someone prepare for something in a way that they can't anticipate that says, like, yes, it's actually different and this is why you have to look at it differently, right? Because I feel like these are a lot of nuanced conversations. And so I keep on hearing, no, don't say no. Don't say no, because often I need to point out when we say no and we don't explain our no, that's where trauma occurs. Like a trauma occurs in spaces that we say no, and someone says, explain yourself, and we say no, just do what I tell you to do, because it's the confusion. Trauma comes in moments that we experience confusion for no reason. Um, and that's why a healthy relationship is always a situation of being able to explain the why behind a no. It's always we know we're building in a healthy context. Building in a healthy context doesn't mean that we don't say no to things. It means we always have a logical reason to explain why. So make sure that you are providing that to those around you, and make sure others are providing it to you as well. Thank you so much for having, because we are not responsible. We're not responsible for any of the feelings great in each other, with the exception of one: confusion. Because if we're feeling confusion, we can always create the balm of clarity to another. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Sonia. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to get insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are going to continue right now. We're also at 42.6K likes. When we get to 50K, we'll be doing a random drawing and gifting a free reading to a member of the collective. So make sure you're tapping the screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, if you'd like to get on the list for today, we've got 4 spots left for today before the list will be closed. So if you'd like to secure one of those spots, please do so sooner rather than later. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Now is a great time to get on the list right now, because if you get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments. Thank you, Frida. Good to see you today, dear. Hope you're doing well. All right. Rare, the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. Great time to get on the list right now. It's nice and short. Was thinking about dream or spirit animal. Yes, and Mizzy, thank you for the follow. Hi there. Oh, you're a fan of my poetry. I believe I follow you as well. You're a poet too, aren't you, dear? Thank you. Good to see you today. And Little Bit, thank you for sharing the live. Unique, we need to send questions via Discord for a reading. So Unique, if you have a short question, you can post it in the comments. If you've got a more robust question, you can put it in the Discord if it's going to be too difficult to post in the comments. And thank you for the help, Bridget. Sonia, thank you. Yes, interesting. My 18-year-old son has been trying to become more independent. Yeah, it's like I keep on seeing, like, I feel like it's having to navigate, like having to say no to things, but almost like working in the context of patience and trying to end a toxic relationship. Okay, thank you for confirming. He's always saying there are different rules, always confused. And I need to point out, like, remember, this is how we avoid trauma. It's not the fact that we say no to things, it's that we always are able to explain the reason why. Like, we don't create trauma if we've got a no for a good reason. All right. Grand Rising, Estevan. So good to see you. Bridget, oh my goodness, you need a poetry spot on Discord. I always post mine on Facebook. I can definitely do that. Absolutely. I'd be happy to create that channel. I've been sitting here, I've been like creating channels as you guys suggest them. So it's fine. There's like there's a lot of channels now. Hi there, Frida. I started okay. I'm getting agitated without cause. I'm smiling around others, growing alone. It's because we're bouncing back and forth right now between Pisces and Aries energy, Frida. Like, if you're feeling like a lot of volatility, just work on personal balance. It's going to get easier when we move out of that, like, meridian area. I love our community and how we support each other. Thankful for that. Feeling is profoundly mutual, Susie. Hi there, Chaotic. Oh, I love your name. Chaotic best witchy mama. Same. Hi, beautiful. What's the name of the tail deck you're using? The tail deck. I absolutely love it. Oh, this one on the table. This deck that we're using here specifically, and this is the deck I read for, and this is the deck I teach on, and we're going to have this is the deck I'll be focusing our studies on tonight as well. This is the Smith-Waite Centennial deck, which sometimes you may know as the Rider-Waite deck. I really encourage that we call it the Smith-Waite deck, because Rider's just the name of the card company. Pamela Coleman Smith is the illustrator of the card, so I think it's good that we honor her name by including her name in the title of the deck. This one is specifically made from US Game System, and it's a Centennial deck, so it went to the trouble of going back to the original drawings and making sure that the colors were all correct. And thank you for the follow, Chaotic. Hey, sorry I left, but I'm back. Good to see you, Haley. You don't have to apologize for coming back. I'm so happy to be a part of the team. Thank you for being a part of it, Haley. Yep. Yes, I love the size. They're very familiar. It's awesome you said that. So true. No, it's a great deck, and the card quality on it's exceptional. The reason I've got 2 decks here is I'm actually I'm about to retire this other deck because it's just getting a little long in the tooth. So I'm kind of reading on both cards right now. Though actually, holy moly, I just realized this. We had two. So what happens sometimes when I've been trying to bring in the new deck, and sometimes the cards get messed up. So actually had we had double judgment cards coming through in our reading today, which is really fascinating. We had an extra judgment card appear. That's wild. Can dream readings be done if you can only remember a tiny part of it? Absolutely, Christy. Yes. Sometimes what you can do, and I'll do this for those who purchase the dream reading packages. That's why I ask you to keep a dream journal. Is sometimes if you have a portion of the dream, we can utilize the tarot to try to understand the rest of the context of what was occurring. You're so welcome, Chaotic. Thank you. It's awesome. And Dada, thank you for sharing the live. All right, next person we're reading for today is Are you here? Can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. Great time to get on the list. The list is nice and short right now. The Discord channel, unique. If you head over to your subscriber perks that's listed as a subscriber on your profile, you should find a link to the Discord that is available to you as a subscriber. The Discord channel is only available to my paid subscribers here. And if you are a paid subscriber and would like to participate in tonight's class, if you head over to our Discord channel in the perks section, there is a special coupon code that you can use to join the class program over on Substack, and it negates the amount that you pay here for your subscription. So you won't be paying you won't be you won't have to pay extra if you have a subscription here and you become a subscriber over on the Discord. I always like to point that out. All right. Rolling my R's like a pro. It's the Italian in me. Oh, I hope that that's the case, Frida. I'm sending you so much support on your healing journey. Okay. Okay, that's pretty awesome. Be right back. I have trouble. No worries. No, take your time, Chaotic. All right. Okay, hold on, did you send me, are we doing, okay, explanation and payment. Thank you for confirming, All right. Can I please, let me just get this out. One moment, I'm just pulling up the explanation of the reading. And for those who are joining us, if you'd like to get on the list for today, now is a great time. You'll be the next person read for. We've got 4 spots left for today before the list will be closed for today. Also, if you would like to get on the list, we do dream interpretation, past life, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance. We do pet readings, animal guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings. If you have information that's relevant to the reading, you can send it in the notes when you send payment, much like has done, or you can post it in the Discord channel if you're a subscriber. Just bear with me a moment, I'm just waiting for the information to come through. And we are also at 44K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. Also, when you tap the screen, it pushes this live out to the community more. Thank you so much for helping to share this reading out to those who might not have experienced before. You got to bear with me a second. The note isn't coming up. Blah. Come on, man. All right. I know it is a new deck. Yeah, I've got a new deck here. This is the Aquarian Tarot. So this is a nice deck too. I like this deck. If you could, actually, Per, if you could post it in Discord, that would be really helpful because uh, that place right now is being a little bit of a nudge. So it's not coming out. It's not appearing right now. So that would be appreciated. No problem. All right. And for those who are joining us, if you would like to get on the list, then now is a great time. You'll be the next person read for. Also, if you're just joining us and you missed the daily collective read, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my Substack and over on my spot at Tarot Church. Just let me know when you've got it up there, dear. My grandmother used to call me that. What did they? Oh, a nudge. It's a good word. It's a good word. Yeah. That place is being a bit of a nudge right now. And just let me know when you, oh, we got it. All right, perfect. Thank you so much for confirming, dear. All right, we're going to read it now. All right, we've got it. We are doing right now a dream interpretation for Per. So this is, and again, Per, do I have your consent? Do I have your consent to read this dream aloud? For sure. Thank you for confirmation. All right. So this is the dream that we are reading for. I was dreaming about rehearsing the dirty dancing jump in the air with a male, rehearsing a really long time for a show. A little girl showed up, encouraging me and telling me that I will definitely succeed in the jump. She showed me a glass plate, poster size, that started to fill with blood from within and starting to look as a leaflet to the show of me performing the jump. I can't remember the exact words of this leaflet. Then a husky dog came to cuddle me. Okay, got it. So started to fill glass plate. Started to look as okay. Yep, got it. Yep. All right. Thank you for that. So can I please get 4 cards for Per in relationality to this dream? Wow. Okay. So what's interesting about this dream is I'm actually seeing that um, this is a dream that is, it's interesting because it's a dream that's a message from your higher self. And the higher self is actually being represented in this dream as the child that you described, because the child that is being represented there, and it's also having to address an intimacy wound, because I actually want to connect this to a dream that we've actually already read for you. And this is what we do when we start building into um, dream interpretation reading packages, right? When we start to look at the connection point, not just in terms of the symbology of the dream, but recognizing the vernacular or the language that we are starting to see that are occurring as it relates to repeating themes in the dream space. And if I'm remembering correctly, this is not the first time that a dog This dog in particular has shown up in your dream space. Now, if I'm remembering correctly, the last time we saw this dog, it was in the context of a house, and there was a lot of leaves in the house. And we talked about the fact that the energy of the dog was the energy of the divine counterpart that you've yet to meet. And I believe in the last stream that we read for you, you identified and spoke about the fact that you had a dog in that dream that was feeding you. And that was really important because we were identified, that was the identification point in recognizing that that was the representation of the divine counterpart energy for you. Because something about being able, like the dream was being shown to you to help you recognize what it will feel like when you meet that ideal counterpart. So the intimacy, that wound that's healed in terms of feeling a dog or a pet, someone that you take care of, but that also nourishes you, so it will feel like the state of perfect companionship, because not only can you take care of someone, but that they're also taking care of you in kind. So we also see with the connection point of the dog reappearing in this dream that this is a continuation on working through familiarizing yourself with the energy of what it feels like in the presence of that divine counterpart. And that is further represented in the aspect of you effectively rehearsing the dirty dancing scene, right? You're working on healing a wound of intimacy that will allow you to be able to feel properly held by energetic counterpart, and the appearance of the inner child that is you, right? It's the higher self. This is the energy that says that you'll definitely succeed in the jump, which says that they're basically rooting for you. They see the fact that you're doing that work to recognize and identify what you have to heal within the self. You're practicing, you're improving, right? You're working on healing those wounds so that when the time comes to be able to effectively be open and intimate with divine counterpart, you'll be energetically ready to again make that jump, right? To take that leap forward, to have that leap of faith, as it were, right? Because what is falling in love if not a leap of faith? Now, this has to do with a little bit of that, and this is important because the identification point of the fact that there's fear there, right? Like, and in fact, like the fact that it's a dirty dancing jump has to do with the fact that it feels like a leap of faith. And the leap of faith is further represented in the symbol of the glass plate that felt like it filled with blood and then started to turn into a leaflet, right? That was to show that you were performing the jump, because they're actually saying, and this is what's beautiful about it, they're saying you've already done it. And why are they saying that you've already taken that energetic leap? Because it says to me, and this is about, again, the glass plate in terms of blood, they're saying that you've already committed yourself to an energetic pathwork. You've already come into a space of making changes, right? You've already concentrated life force, if you will. Painful, like pain, you've had to make painful decisions. But that's why they're saying that it is the glass plate that fills with blood that then becomes a leaflet, because they're saying through making painful decisions, right? Recognizing what something is not, right? But with the aspiration and hope for what could be, they're saying to a certain extent, you've already taken that leap of faith, because in making those difficult choices, right, committing yourself to those choices with uncertainty, you're already like I keep on hearing, it's almost saying it's already done, because they're saying that you've already shown the universe the desire to move towards that manifestation goal, and you're not just wishing for it, you're actively manifesting it. You're actively putting the time, effort, and energy in to make those changes. The committed effort of the blood, because when we put our energy to things, we put our blood into them, right? So the energetic force that you're giving to that space is your offering that leads you towards your manifestation goal. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, and that's the thing about it. What's beautiful about the dream is almost a reassurance from your higher self saying, you're worried about doing it. You've already done it. Like that's the thing about it. They're like it's so interesting, and that's what the higher self was saying when the higher self was standing there and saying when the higher self said you'll definitely succeed in the jump. The reason that the higher self was like saying to you you'll definitely succeed in the jump is because they're your higher self. Like the higher self is coming back being like you already did it. You already did it. We already did. You already did it. You're already practicing for something that you've already done. Right. And so there's something about the energy that's the fact that the higher self is coming to you and saying they didn't say I hope. I need to point this out. Remember, your higher self didn't show up and say I hope you do it too. This is how we know it's the higher self. The higher self showing up and going, I definitely know you're going to succeed in doing it, because it's the energy of the higher self that says it's already done. We've already done it. So thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. We are going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Karina. Karina, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I just want to show you these cards too right now, Per. Like this is what I mean of you saying I just want to show you like the cards are like, I hope I can do it. Right. And this is the energy that's saying you've already done it. Like, and it's funny too, because they're saying even the dream space, you're already in connection with the divine energy because you already know what it feels like. Thank you so much. All right. And for anybody joining us right now, if you would like to get on the list, we've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. If you are sending information if you would like to have a dream interpretation reading or a past life reading, or if you have a reading that you have some information that you want to share with me that you feel is relevant to the dream, you can either post it in the notes when you send the donation, or if you are a subscriber, you can post it in the subscriber only Discord channel in the areas dedicated in doing so. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. Unique, thank you for confirming that you sent the question via Discord. I appreciate that. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Hi, got you, Per. I'm not going to lie. I fell asleep for half of the collective. I was laughing at all sleepers. I'm never going to take it. I feel it's the highest compliment. The highest compliment when we sleep, when you feel like I put you to sleep, because that means you feel safe with me. So thank you. I'm glad I'm helping you guys get your rest. Frida, I don't know what I've been dreaming, no recall, but I've been waking up periodically in tears or panic. So Frida, one of the things that we're seeing that's happening right now in the dream space, especially with like the fact that Mars was in Cancer, is there's a lot of painful karmic stuff that's being worked out right now in the dream space. So if you're having those moments and you're waking up in tears or panic, it could be the guides are not it could be like energy reaching out to you karmically and guides just not letting it come back into the terrestrial plane. But I'm sending you so much support for that. And if you like, you might want to do some work right now. If it's something that's bothering you, being able to try to create a peaceful environment before you go to sleep. Hopefully, I'm hoping with Mars moving into Leo, some of the conflict that we've been experiencing in the dream space eases up a bit. If it's any consolation. I also dozed off during the collective for a few. Welcome, guys. Correct, but this was a different dog. Yeah, and that's what I keep on hearing, like it's a different dog, but they're saying to me the energy is the same. Because they're saying again, you don't know what the dog looks like. That's why they keep on showing up as different dogs, because it's you don't know what the dog looks like, but the energy is the same. Oh, I should do audiobook narrative. Thank you. That's a real compliment to me, Dada, because I used to have like a heck of a lisp when I was a kid. I'm really like, I still have like a complex about it. Thank you. That's really kind of you, Fig. And Stormy, thank you for subscribing. Look at us all dreaming of food and our inner children. I like it. I'm okay with dreams about food and inner children. I adore it too. Completely agree. I'm totally watching Dirty Dancing tonight. It's a banger of a movie. She needs to read She Walks with Wolves for me. That book is such a hard read. I don't know it. I'll check it out, Fig. I'm always looking for book recs. We've got a book rec section in the Discord. It is so cool because of your interpretations. I can understand the dreams myself as well. I'm very glad to hear that, and thank you so much for trusting me with the read and thank you so much for sharing your dream here and allowing me to interpret it. You got the T-shirt. Did it? Got the T-shirt. Thank you, Per. Thank you so much. I learned to understand the messages. Thank you. Yeah, we've got another. Yeah, this is my other Hocus Pocus day. We just went for all the Hocus Pocus shirts this week. We're doing a theme. Hi, Karina. Yep, I've got your. Okay, we're gonna read your question now. And Gugu, thank you for the roses. All right. It was a great read. It's a beautiful dream. It's an absolutely beautiful dream. I know. I love a good dream reading. I'll check Unique. I'll let you know in a moment. You had a horrible one last night. I'm sorry, dear. I hope. I mean, it's again. I'm nice that it's like there's a lot of like I keep on seeing, especially it's like the dream space is real whack right now because we're on the meridian between like Pisces and Aries. So there's a lot of conflict dreams coming up too. We've been dealing with that a lot. Happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list here. I have a white wolf that's shown up my whole life, and recently I've had a black wolf show up. Wow, Stormy, that's wild. In your dream space, I'd be happy to read for that. Okay, I'm going to take a minute to read over. We're doing now, so if anyone wants to get on the list for today, we've got 3 more spots before the list is closed for today. So if you'd like to secure a spot on the list, please do so sooner rather than later. And we're going to be reading for Unique. Just bear with me a moment. I'm pulling up the question. Where'd you put it? Okay. So Unique, I see that you joined the Discord. Oh, wait. I see it. Never mind. I got it. Never mind. Okay. Unique, do I have permission to read this out loud, or would you rather keep this between us? Just let me know. And if anyone's joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list for today, you can do so via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Keep it between us. Thank you for letting me know, dear. I appreciate that. All right, just bear with me a moment as I read over the notes. Okay. Yep. Oh, I don't like they say that. That's like a really rough way of saying that. Okay. So just to give you guys context, we're reading into a blockage in relationality to love. All right, can I please get, and thank you so much for sharing that information with me, Unique. Can I please get 4 cards? 4 cards. Okay. So first of all, I want you to remove this. I want you to remove this fallacy. that you are the problem. This is not like you are not like this is not um there's something I'm recognizing that's happening here. And it doesn't feel, it's not because that you're the energetic problem. It's saying to me that this is a situation or circumstance in relationality to discernment. I keep on hearing it has to do with discernment and manifestation goals. And I'm just going to stress this going forward. Your manifestation goals are not something that you wait to talk about. They're the first thing you talk about. What are you looking for? What do you want? This is what I'm looking for. Is this something you're interested in? There's two things I want you doing right now, and I want you writing them down, and I want you sticking to them. One, your manifestation goals are not going to frighten away anyone that wants the same things as you, right? But what is someone going to say that's looking for a situation? What is someone going to say that's just looking for something to pass the time? Whoa, you move fast. Whoa, we just met. Let's just see where it goes. Right? The song of someone that does not share your manifestation goals, the song you will hear is you need to slow down. Okay? I want you to write that down. The song you will hear and when you share your manifestation goals, they will not say, I don't want that. The song you will hear with someone that does not share your manifestation goals when you share them is you need to slow down. Okay? That is literally someone saying, I don't want the same things as you. I'm just playing the field. I'm just here to enjoy the view. Okay? The second one is rejection is protection. I want you to remove, you are not the problem. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you're going to start moving towards your manifestation goal, you're going to hear a lot. What is the song you're going to hear as you articulate what it is you want with someone? Yeah, forget it. No, you're too much. No way. Oh God, no. Oh, you're one of them. There's no such thing as rejection. Rejection is protection. If you are articulating your manifestation goals and stating your standards, if someone you're going to hear a lot of energy saying, you're moving too fast. I don't want to talk about that. We're just getting to know each other. Why don't we just see how that goes? Why don't you just ease up? Those are all the sounds of you're going to hear of someone saying, lower your standards. Lower your standards. Lower your standards. Abandon your standards. Don't change. You do not. And when that energy walks away from you, what you have to avoid happening right now, the issue that's happening is not one that you're doing anything wrong. It's removing the 3 months. You're giving energy too much time that's making it clear that they don't want the same things as you. The issue is not doing something differently. The issue is discerning more quickly who wants the same things as you. Because I keep on seeing that articulation of time, right? There's energy that just goes through 3-month cycles. That's called cruising. That's energy that's going, I stick around until something starts to move into a direction, and then I pull away. And I guarantee you, and that energy is going to come back if they haven't already. Where you been? Oh, I'm sorry, I got busy. They're going to try to continue the cycle again. You're not doing anything wrong here. The only thing you're doing, and it's not about you changing. It's about discerning. And the way you're going to discern from now on is you're going to say to them, this is what I want. This is what I'm looking for. And every time you hear a no, I want you to say, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Better sooner than later. This is not a situation of saying, I hope the day comes that we can see if we want the same thing. If they don't want the same thing as you, they're never going to want the same thing as you. It is not about negotiating and giving someone and giving, like, you don't have to feel like you need to give someone like the opportunity to get to know you, to figure out what they want. Energy knows what they want. Why? I don't You don't have to be in partnership to know what you want. And if energy isn't in a space where they're willing to talk about their manifestations, and if they feel that you're moving too fast in doing so, recognize that they're not looking to fulfill a manifestation goal. They don't want, like, a manifestation goal that cannot be openly articulated is usually not one that you need to spend any time wasted on. So I want you to build into this space. I don't want you to be so hard on yourself. I want you to be harder. I don't want you to be softer here. I want you to be harder, because I keep on seeing, and I want you to remove, like, you're like, this is not a situation where you're looking and saying, I must be the problem. I want you to remove that fallacy. Like, the only problem here is you're potentially giving energy that does not want the same thing as you too much time with you. So I don't want you to lower your standards. I want you to raise them. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah. The question you need to be asking yourself is not, what am I doing that making them go away? The question is, do they want the same things I want? Because the portion of time you're talking about is, you're saying to me, you've already told me the problem. When things get serious, they start to go away. That's because they don't want something serious, right? That's not something you can fix. That's not something you can change in another person. That's something you have to observe. And so they're saying the only thing you need to observe, you just need to get better at recognizing more quickly if this is energy that's not looking for something energetically serious. And the way that you're going to do that, as I told you, you can write this down. Your manifestations are not negotiable. They're the first conversation, not the last conversation. And there is no such thing as rejection. Rejection is protection. If asking someone what they want moves them away from you, that is a gift. That is a blessing. That is protection. Don't look at those as failure points. Look at those as strengths. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Karina. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. We've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. Nice time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. We got 50K. So we'll also be doing our giveaway. Perfect timing. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you again, Karina, for having that reading with me. Thank you, Fig, for the follow. If anybody else would like to get on the list right now, the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, being Samilayo. We do dream interpretation readings here, love reading, past life readings, pet readings, mediumship readings, spirit guide readings, ancestral readings. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments. Okay. Fig. It's one I can't repeat. Definitely not on here. It would be flagged. It was bad. Well, I'll point out, listen, Fig, if you want a reading like that, we can either do it in a personal space, or if you want to send me the information about the dream in the notes, I don't have to read it out loud. I always base on consent in terms of what I share. For instance, I had messages coming through in that reading, so I don't share all the information. You can either send it to me in the notes, or if you become a subscriber, you can post it in our Discord if that helps, if you ever want to have a read on it. I know now everybody wants Stormy. Like this is like Nikki with the kitten meat thing. Now everybody wants Stormy to have a dream reading. Not dreams. Oh, they just appear to you. I love it. Well, I can also do readings upon. One of the things I do in my mentorship classes is I help those who are in the spiritual space understand the deeper vernacular that's happening with symbols that they're seeing. Such irony. I'm a cat person, but my counterpart's a dog. I don't think that's ironic. Like, it's a counterpart. I don't think that's ironic. I think that makes perfect sense. You know, keep it between us. Absolutely, dear. Thank you guys for helping us reach 50K. Yes. Fighting like cats and dogs. Not all cats and dogs fight. I got to point this out. You know, that's solid advice. They're the first thing you talk about always, Fig. Hi there, Survivor, sending you support today. Last person said, yeah, here you go. Last person said, let's take things slow. Yeah, because they like the time period you're talking about, the minute something starts to go somewhere, they're pulling away. It's because they don't want anything. That is not something you're creating in them. That's how you're finding them. You just need to identify it sooner. EJ, if you would like to get a reading, all you need to do is send the donation payment and you'll be added to the list. Bingster Mylayo. Thank you for the help, Bridget. We are the double message twins today. I deeply appreciate both of you. Think of life as frequency and vibration is a favorite quote of mine. It is. It is. We are light made manifest. My ex moved too quickly for me and I told him he needed to slow it down, but he did slow down. You see? That's what I mean. Because again, that ability of finding alignment is one about discernment. It's the recognition of being able to articulate a frustration and being able to match that with progress. For me, after that, absolutely beautiful, Bridget. Thank you for sharing that message. Always good to hear this message as a reminder. Oh, thank you, Per, for receiving it. Got to stitch it on a pillow, tap to claim, and Fig, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Unique, and thank you for being here, and thank you, and sending you support on that journey. Protection and redirection, tap to claim, Jamie. Hi there. How are you doing, Addison? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Cool. I'm getting my daughter right now. Excellent. Safe travels. Oh, that's beautiful. And happy Sadar to anyone who celebrates. I have a random question. Why does my cat? Because they put extra scent in that to make it more appealing to cats. You know, like that's why they do it. All right, friends. So we got to our 50K. We've got to our 50K reading. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to be giving a reading back to the collective. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to our 50K goal. I am going to think of a number right now between 1 and 36. First person who has the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in an order different than you guys see them. Nope, 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 nope. V, congratulations, V. You got our 50K. We will be doing that again when we get to 100K. And if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, we've got 3 spots left before the list will be closed for the day. So make sure that you're claiming that spot. V, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And thank you guys so much for participating. We will do that again if we get to 100K, so make sure that you're tapping that screen. Also, I appreciate when you guys tap the screen as it helps to push this live out to those who haven't received these readings before, so thank you. Dutchland, I'm happy to do a reading for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. Oh, I like it. Purpose on career. Happy to do so. All right. And thank you again for participating. Irene, I'm happy to read for you on that too. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. And let me just put the offer here before we continue. I know, I love that game. You know, it's wild. You know, the thing that's wild to me is seeing when you guys post, and I'll you know, you don't see it from my side. I see like you guys posting like the same numbers at the same time. It's wild. All right. Yep, that was the number. Okay. Can I please get 3 cards, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit Guidance on career path. I feel like you've hit a ceiling on something. I just keep on seeing, I feel like there's something about a location or somewhere where you are that feels like 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 I'm like it's like there's nowhere else to, like it's like it feels like it, you know, I can see like it feels like a little bit of stagnancy, or it feels like someone who has a hard time figuring out where to place you. I want you to think about how you're explaining yourself to others right now. Um, because I'm seeing a space of reintroduction. I'm seeing a space of you have to define to others what you do. You have to spend some kind of time um, like networking to a certain extent and telling someone what you can offer. And they're saying that it's a little bit difficult because they're saying it's requiring you to clear your throat chakra, right? It's I know I can see you like flinching. It's going to require you to talk about yourself. Yeah, it's going to require you to have to talk about yourself. And if you can't do it, listen, if you can't do this, if you've got a hard time doing this, I want you to go grab a friend. Listen, this is what you're going to do this weekend, okay? You're going to go grab a friend. You're going to offer to do it for them. How would you describe me? How would you write down my services? How would you like have them do it and then offer to do it for them, right? Because I keep on seeing like there's something about this that feels like you've got some kind of difficulty in fluffing your feathers. You know, you need more Leo. You need a little more Leo. You need to go find yourself a Leo. Listen, anybody like we need some Leos here. Go find yourself a Leo. Okay, go find yourself a Leo because we love talking about ourselves. Like, go find yourself a Leo, right? And say, help me pitch myself, right? How do I pitch myself and help them? They're saying help them like build that energetic pitch for you. And you can do it like you can do it for them as well because I see it even now. The hardest thing to do is it really is hard. I mean, unless you're Leo. Sometimes and not and or Scorpio. The hardest thing to do is often talking about ourselves, right? The hardest thing to do is feeling that sense of um, you know, like being able to like come into that space of doing so. And so they're saying and the thing I keep on getting is I keep on hearing something from your guide saying, remember, you don't need to I keep on hearing uh a swimmer a swimmer doesn't just go into the deep end. A swimmer practices, right? And so I keep on seeing they're saying you got to get a practice buddy. You got to get somebody to say like, listen, um, can I can I borrow you? Can I borrow you and kind of like work on how I introduce myself, how I talk about myself, can I show you some of the things I'm using to represent myself and say to them like I would love your feedback here. Or they're saying even now, like this might be an opportunity to try to find some kind of energetic mentor. If there's something that you're looking to get into right now, this could be a good time for you to kind of introduce yourself to someone and say, like, look, um, I want to get better at doing this. You seem very good at it. Is there something that I can provide? Like, is there something I can do for you? And you can help me with this, right? So they're saying, and I keep on hearing it's like, they're saying to me, it doesn't, and like, it's funny because it's like my palms are itching. You don't have to find someone to pay to do that. You just need to find someone that I keep on hearing, like, I mean, like, find someone who's like, you have a gift you're like I keep on seeing you're good at crunching something. They keep on saying to me you're good at crunching something. And I keep on seeing if you're good at crunching something, a lot of energy is not good at crunching things. As I keep on hearing. So um like if you're good at crunching something, be like, look, this is what I do. And this is what I could provide. I would love it, I would love if you could help me with this. And then they're saying like come into like practice. Thank you for the crunching. Yeah, the number crunching. Yeah, I kept hearing them say they're good at crunching. I was like, numbers are like I heard they're good at crunching. So I'm like, yeah. So I'm like, that is a huge gift. So they're saying you can use that to your energetic benefit. You can use that to be able to say, like, look, this is what I can do. And in exchange, if you could help me through this, like I keep on seeing, it's like that's what I keep on, like, there's something about, I keep on hearing, like, doing, like, learning something new while also building into a relationship. So I keep on hearing, think about creating a practice space. Think about a place, it's saying to me, like a knowledge share or a skill share, where you can articulate to someone what you aspire to do, or potentially meet them and then say, can we practice? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with like a lot of that five of wands and its reversal. I keep on hearing, energy that's doing something for the first time doesn't just throw themselves into the deep end, right? Remember, something that looks fluid, like something that looks fluid requires practice, practice, practice. So they're saying, like, almost creating a space where you can, I keep on seeing, like, trying on something, you know, like working on a pitch is what I keep on hearing, working on a presentation, working on saying to someone, like, this is, like, how did I do? You know what I mean? Like I keep on hearing, like, finding a kind of playground that allows you to try something and to get notes for it. Like, I keep on hearing, think about a place to critique that'll give you the opportunity to refine. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, being semi-Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. If you get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for, and I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. In the meantime, we are going to open it up to 1 card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber and would like to get a card pulled, all you need to do right now is put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, you can just hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen and you'll be joining our collective. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. The number was 11, Bridget. Dutch, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. You did a great job, V. Congratulations on winning. And thank you, CJ, for the follow. And Marie, thank you for the roses. Yeah, it's a new deck. This one, we're getting a little long in the tooth, so I'm introducing the new deck, because this one is I might have to retire it soon. There were 4 of us that guessed 22. All right, you see what I mean? I see that on my end. I'm like, that's wild. Like, all at the same time. Throat chakra is closed, and I hate networking. But it's interesting because I see even now, like, it feels to me that there's something about the fact that you hate it that is like finding some kind of new way of doing it, is what I keep on hearing. Hi there, Guna. You were very close, Minnie. Yes, that's helpful. Ask my friends. I resonate with this. And my ex is a Leo. Thank you, Murray. Virgo sun here. I need Leo energy for my hermit crab. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's it. That's it. But that's the thing. Virgos and Leos can help each other a lot. Like, that's the thing about it. Right? Because Virgos can be very exacting, and Leos can be, like, honestly, like, no slack to my Leos, but we can be a little messy with things. We're like, hello. There you go. I love it. Coming into the space or taking up space. The beautiful way of putting that. I like that, Bridget. Coming into the space or taking up space. Leo moon can talk about myself, but listening part for others. I mean, Leo moon is like, Leo is a complicated moon sign, man. My heart goes out to those with Leo moons. It's complicated. It's like you have a complicated relationship with presence. You borrow mine anytime. And Hannah, thank you for subscribing, dear. Your palms were reacting during my dream reading. Oh, I remember that. Yeah. Thank you, V. Where your hands were. I work in finance crunching numbers. Thank you for confirmation on the crunching. I love this reading. Very practical. I work in medical billing. I also crunch. I love it. I work. Yep. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, there you go. Thank you for confirmation of what I was seeing. You're so welcome, V, and thank you for having that reading. Congratulations on winning. There you go. Look, we're connecting everybody. Where we go. Perfect. I used to work. I love it. Oh my God. Spirit led for Bean, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. One card. Don't wait for something right now. Like a watch, it's like a watch pot never boils. Just focus on something else. The fastest way to make time move is doing more things through it. So like just work on like you know busyness is going to help move some kind of progress forward is what I say. Yeah, embrace the Aries energy, right? Like, and I keep on hearing, and this is the thing, your busy energy, um plans ahead or no plans at all, right? Don't get frustrated if someone's always coming towards you in a minute of being like, what are you doing? Like I see being like not nothing. Like I keep on hearing something about plans ahead or no plan at all. Energy that prioritizes you will make plans. They're not gonna leave you in a space of like perpetually waiting for something, you know? Making plans, I keep on hearing making plans is its own form of protection around energy that does not prioritize us. Thank you, Bean. One card for Alexandra General, please. Um, what's this like lack of communication on something? If someone like I feel like I keep on hearing there. It's interesting. You don't owe everyone an explanation. And again, and the reason I feel like I have a guide saying you don't owe everyone an explanation, especially if you've already said it. Like I keep on, and I mean that like healthy energy doesn't require us to repeat ourselves perpetually. You know, and that doesn't mean that like we don't reinforce something, but the difference between um like I keep on hearing the difference between telling like someone that's only reaching out to us when the mood strikes is being able to articulate upon like this is it's giving me a lot of just like it's very much similar to what you said. You like you up like no I'm not. Like, you know what I mean, like yeah, you know, like consistent effort. You don't have to explain this like, and that's the thing about it, you don't need to explain to someone if they're not putting effort in. Because again, when you tell someone like you're not being consistent, like it feels energetically gross, you know? That's why I keep on hearing like you don't necessarily owe everyone like I think it's funny because I keep on hearing it's not a loneliness epidemic, it's just fickle energy, you know? It's like it's understanding that we're not here to like keep each other amused. We build into um yeah, because what is like fickle energy say? They're lonely. Energy that's consistent isn't lonely because they understand what it means to build something healthy or positive. Is what I keep hearing. Thank you so much, Alexandra. And Anne, thank you for sharing the live. One card for Ella on SIL. Shared my spiritual views with her, all but ghosted now. Wow. Oh, sending you support on that, dear. Um, you know, What's interesting about something here is I need to point this out. There's something I'm seeing here which says to me like, you know, there's something about respectfully disagreeing, right? Um and I kind of see like I keep on like there's something through navigating the context. I keep on hearing our belief should not be contingent on another person having to agree with it. And so I keep on seeing that there's something about that space that almost, and I keep on hearing extending the olive branch but not the tree, which is um, recognizing their own resistance point and not growing bitter within it, but just it's giving me a little bit of this energetic shrug moment, which says again, like I keep on hearing our fate, like our beliefs should not be conditional in another person sharing them, you know like there's something very important about that, and I see like it feels a bit like someone's going through some kind of energetic weakness point as it relates to um like the fabric of their own belief. Like it's almost like I see someone more in like kind of a fear mentality. So that's why I keep on seeing like not necessarily having to like observe something there, you know, like understanding another person being triggered, but like honoring the space of understanding that that's something that you're experiencing, not creating, is what I keep on hearing, Ella. Yes, I'm good at networking if I let go of my hatred. I love it, V. I mean, but I feel like I know I can see you like it feels like it's like having like there's something about getting better at that allows for some new opportunities to grow. But I actually, what's funny about it, I know you say that you hate it, but everything I was reading in your reading says you're actually very good at it. Because it says to me that I feel like it's about you kind of finding a place where you can authentically feel like yourself is what I keep on seeing, you know? Like that's what I actually see that's happening right now. I feel like there's something about you trying to find something that allows you to feel like you can authentically be yourself. And I feel like what's hard about it is like that's why I'm seeing that the networking is important because it's allowing you to introduce yourself in those spaces. We're networking in new ways. You like you said, exactly. It being exactly what I've been working on doing. You're so welcome, dear. Bridget, one card around something big I've been hearing from my guides. Ooh. I keep on, here's the thing about it, and it has to do, what's interesting about it, Bridget, is I keep on seeing that, and I feel like it's interesting too. Remember that abandonment wound that we talked about that you were kind of coming here to heal? I feel like you've done one half of the work. Like, and I feel like it was represented for you in that dream you had with your father handing you the pomegranate. And so they're saying that like it's interesting because they're saying to me like you've already completed one half of the assignment. Like the next like that's what like there it actually feels to me like there's some kind of blessing coming towards you or something that's about to get a lot easier, right? Because it almost feels to me like um I keep on seeing you're you're honoring, oh thank you, you're honoring I keep on hearing you say like I'm not afraid anymore, or you're not internalizing another person's pain, but you recognize it. And that's why there's something big coming, because it says to me that something about that big is following your bliss in a way that you haven't been able to before. Bottom of the deck, yeah, because it feels like it's built upon or based upon relationship, right? Like I keep on hearing something about healing the rift or something about doing something in that way in terms of recognizing and understanding. Um, you know, I keep on seeing it, it has like the dream space right now for you is very active because I feel like a lot of the dream space is kind of giving you some kind of clarity as it relates to having overcome some kind of energetic obstacle, particularly like, and I keep on seeing you had to, like, you had to choose yourself, right? I keep on saying it's like you had to, like, you can understand. I keep on hearing like a lot of the work you're doing is understanding another's point of view, but still choosing yourself, right? And that has a lot to do with that past life reading that we were seeing. And they're saying like that is like that's what you've accomplished. That's allowing for something to come towards you now. One card for Chrissy on how they're feeling, please. I see someone navigating loneliness. Like I see someone navigating some kind of feeling of loneliness. Bottom of the deck. If you don't let anyone in, you're going to be lonely. If you don't let anyone in, it's a lonely place, right? Like I see someone, um, you know, I see like it's like, is it loneliness or is it someone refusing to have a conversation? Because it feels to me like there's that, like there's that pathwork of resistance in relationality to being able to reach out. And I keep on seeing like, when we reach out, we find arms all around us, right? Like, and that's what I keep on seeing. It's like, it's almost like someone needs to like open the bars to themselves. It's not, I keep on hearing it. They're going through a lot of path work and understanding it's not another person's responsibility to set them free. We set ourselves free by articulating our needs to each other. So I feel like there's something to be said about that. Ella, she asked me, but her views are not the same, and the convo ended right there. I mean, like, I feel like you're not the first person that they've energetically estranged in that way, you know? But I also like, that like that's I got to point out there's something really wrong in if there's a context where if you think that if another person does not believe the things you believe that they're energetically doomed, you know? Like I'm picking up something there, which is like it's painful because it feels like it feels like like it almost feels like there's something about that's like it hurts my heart for them, if that makes sense. Susie, one card from my mom's dad. Got you. Oh, excellent. Beautiful name. Okay. I got you, Susie. They're looking out for you all the time. You know? I keep on like I see something here, like I keep on hearing sunshine. Like I'm hearing that song, You're My Sunshine, is what I'm seeing. Um yeah. Um I keep on feeling like there's something about this presence of a lot of proximity. Um, I keep on hearing a hard man to know, you know? Like I keep on hearing they don't make them like that anymore. Like I keep on seeing like there's like I see someone that like feels frustrated because I see someone that um I keep on hearing someone say nobody knows how to treat, like it's funny because I keep on hearing someone say, I mean, this is gonna sound very gendered, but I'm just reading on the energy. saying like nobody knows how to treat a woman anymore is what I keep on hearing. Because I keep on feeling some kind of sense of a space of saying like remember how precious you are is kind of the overarching message is coming through on the reading. I accept her views. Understood, Ella. Hold on a minute. Thank you, Susie. Yes, I'm not going to go out of my way to keep conversation going when it should be fair back and forth. Exactly. Thank you so much. Yes, I felt it was fear, but it's fear based. You know, it's giving me like I almost feel like somebody like again, it's a sad state of affairs where where someone feels like another person's doomed if they don't believe the same things as them. You know. You're welcome, V. And Ava, thank you for those gifts. The bow is so cute. Gia, one card, please, and on all the transformation I'm going through right now. Highest priority messages, please, from Gia. Be patient with yourself. You know, you're a work in progress. You're a masterpiece. You know, don't rush through that journey. Like remember, like enjoy. Take time to honor yourself on that journey. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, you know, don't let perfect stand in the way of good, right? I keep on hearing like remember like honor your inch, which means like you don't have to think about don't get frustrated if you're not accomplishing everything that you want to set out for. Make sure that you're writing down your victories too, you know? Like incremental effort, incremental effort in the right direction is how we move mountains. Is what I keep hearing. Yes, this is a solo journey, has always felt like a punishment, but now it feels like the best thing I've ever had. And I can see, like I told you, like that, like there was something about that of having to help heal some kind of energetic wound, like that dream. I keep on seeing that dream was trying to say to you, like, you did it, you know, ever had. That's beautiful, Bridget. And thank you for that garland. Addie, one card, please. If you're feeling like don't get caught in the space of regret. Like if you're feeling like again, the thing with some of this like energy that we're experiencing right now is like this like yo-yo between going back and forth between Pisces and Aries, especially for those with like heavy Pisces placements. For Aries energy, it's not so bad right now. Aquarius, it's going to be hard too. Um, it can really feel like a lot of confusion coming through or a lot of fear. Um, dare to dream. Like move, like when you're feeling that right now, like allow the dream to guide you. Right? Don't let your fear get in the way of your dream. And if you're feeling anxiety, you know like recognize where it's coming from, right? Identify the source. And usually I need to point this out, like if it's a logical fear, the higher self usually has an explanation for it. If it's coming more from the space of the ego, like that usually is a gift because it'll help us understand and recognize something that we're working through, right? And also like understand, like, don't let another person project onto you. I don't know why, but it feels like you're triggering someone. And often when you're triggering another person, the best you can do is like step back, right? Like don't react, don't match energy, like be the energetic standard. Thank you, Addie. You're welcome, Chrissy. Ava, he reached out to me and I wanted to know whether he changed his mind about his manifestation goals. I got you, Ava. Oh, she prays for you. Ella. Can I please get one card? Um, yeah, I see someone who misses you a lot. Like I see someone who misses you a lot. One card, please. Yeah, especially with the King of Pentacles. Um, you know, I keep on hearing everything you need to know about that has to do Like, and that they're saying again, remember that energy that's ready to change takes accountability. They're going to explain themselves. They're not going to act like nothing's happened. Remember that I miss you is not the same as I want the same things as you. Um, like, and I keep on hearing too, something to keep in mind. Be wary of someone who said they make me or something in that, like something in that space, because nothing, I keep on hearing, like nothing should be conditional as it relates to the circumstances or situations surrounding the self. You know, they're saying they're saying everything you need to know about a situation is related to a person's ability to give an apology for something. You know, I keep on hearing, make sure someone is not trying to like brush over an apology. Wherever you left it in the past, that's not a chalkboard erase moment, it's a bookmark. Yeah, you know that energy of like praying, like here's the thing, like it's so it's like praying for what? You know what I mean? Like I always think, like I always point out, like giving energy to each other like that should be consent based, right? Like what are they expecting or hoping for? Like that's the thing about it that I feel like is difficult. I got you, Alice, sending you support on that journey. One card for per third eye opening. Okay, highest, please. I mean, some like I need to point out sometimes the third eye opening is being able to see the past in a different way. You know, it's like sometimes that third eye opens right now and it's not being able to see forward, it's being able to see backwards. Like a lot of that third eye opening I'm seeing for you right now is being able to look at the past in a different context. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the 3 of Pentacles and its reversal. You know, I like to point this out. Healing is not linear. It's not linear in terms of the time it takes. It's also not linear in the space that sometimes we can heal things. Like sometimes we can't heal things when we're experiencing them because we're not seeing them in the correct way. So I feel like it's almost like it says to me like there's something about that third eye opening that may be helping you see something from a different perspective to allow you to heal it. Hi there, Ms. Millie. Absolutely. Can I get one card for Ms. Millie, please? Um, I mean, are they going through, like, there's a lot of sadness around someone. Like, there's a lot of cynicism. Um, I keep on hearing it's not your job to give someone optimism. Just don't like, you know, you know, I need to point this out, and and I'm not going to turn this into a medical reading, but like, you know, like often depressed energy like can't be around positive energy. Like it's like, you know, it's like, you know, I see someone that's just like really like they're in like an energetic dark spot to a certain extent, you know, like there's something about navigating bleakness. But that's the thing about it. It's like the you can't, like the worst thing you can bring forward is low expectations, because when we don't heal from the past, we bring that bitterness forward and we're afraid to open up. You know, like that pathwork of healing needs to be optimistic in terms of the possibility of what can be, instead of immediately thinking about the absolute worst outcome all the time, right? So make sure that you're not, like, make sure that you're not being triggered by that if you're experiencing it, but also make sure that, like, you know, like I feel like there's something happening around that person right now that's outside of you, if that makes sense. So don't, like, you know, you can say like, look, I'm thinking about you. Is everything okay? But not overextending is what I keep seeing. Thank you, Miss Millie. All right. Hi there, Jakey. Hold on a minute, just reading over. I'm like, okay, I'll take it, but I also protect my energy. I love that, Ella. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like it's a lot like that, like that is what I'm talking about. It's like, it's not, yeah. Hi there, Susie. He's so sweet. I never knew him, but unfortunately he seems really cool. He's been reaching out today. No, I see it. Like there's almost some kind of energetic apology around something. Yeah, he seems like he was a big protector. It's a cool name. I agree. Ask your guides to shield anything not to your highest good. That's a beautiful way of describing that. You know, thanks for seeing that. I have been doing that. Feels like I have to keep doing it. I understand. Thank you guys for supporting each other. I'm pretty clear on the source. Sending you guys support, Addie. Lots of protection. Gia, thank you for the message. I do tend to strive for perfection, even though it rarely serves me. Well, remember, perfection is a cardinal direction, right? It's not a destination. So have compassion for yourself as you move towards it. Need prayers for the highest good. I like that. I like that a lot, Ella. Wishing them the best. Thank you. Appreciate you guys for supporting each other in the comments. It's not it's righteous, right? It's really painful. Like it must really hurt to look around at the world and feel like everybody is condemned because they're not they it's a very sad place to be, you know? I would just ignore ignorance. That's a beautiful way of putting it. Phone keeps freezing. I'm sorry. I hope that fixes for you, Jakey. Yeah, there was not really an apology. Oh, Ava, that's the thing. Like your ability to recognize them healing is taking accountability. Like it's not that is not. I keep on hearing. Remember where you left things. It's not a chalkboard erase moment. It's a bookmark. You pick back up where you left off, or you don't pick it back up at all. Yes, one card, please, about London. Why I keep seeing synchronicities about going there. The past life thing. Past life thing. I've got a guide around you. It's like connected to your past life. Yeah, I keep on hearing you like I hear the guide saying you used to work there. It's okay. You used to work there. Thank you, Yaz. Liz, thank you for the follow. You're welcome, Ava. I don't know how this works, but separated from my husband, my intuition says it's right. My heart aches. Liz, I'm happy. Um I'm afraid the list is closed right now, but if you'd like to send the donation, I'm happy to read for you tomorrow. We're doing one card readings for subscribers right now, and I'm just wrapping up on the list here. But if you'd like to send just to get read for tomorrow, I'll be back on tomorrow. I'll be happy to read for you. Or if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you right now. Hi there, Amiza. You're welcome, Ms. Millie. Yeah, make sure they're bringing optimism to the situation, Millie. Did you do it? Did you do what, Liz? I generally wish them the best, but they need to recognize their stuff. A beautiful way of describing that, Abby. I mean, Addie. It's okay if Jakey. We do a free collective each day. We already did it, but we'll do another one tomorrow. Oh, did you do it, Liz? Yes. Oh, you're asking if you did it. I understand. No, Liz, I'm still waiting for you to become a subscriber. I've been listening to the song "L&D" by Lily Allen the last few days. I'll have to check that out. Is no subscribing here is not the same as Substack, but if you subscribe here and you want to subscribe to the Substack, when you go to the subscriber only Discord channel, there's a perk there that will give you a discount on the Substack so that you're basically paying the same amount. It's not going to be additional. Minnie. I love that. You're welcome. Mike goes to the summer. That's beautiful. It's not coming through as having subscribed, Liz. Angel Leved for Ruby, please. Keep going. I know you're going in the right direction right now. Just be consistent. I keep on hearing quantity over quality right now, as much as you can. Like spread those seeds. How can I get one? Hey, can I get one card in relationship? Absolutely, Erica. Do it. Go for it. Take that leap of faith right now. Make it happen. Like be the first one. Like I keep on hearing, don't wait for something, move something in the direction that you desire it to be in. It's giving me ideas like, hey, I've got an idea kind of energy. Liz, all you do is hit that subscribe button and you should be, and you, yeah, thank you for the help, Bridget. All right. I'm very glad to hear that's happening. Sending you so much support on that journey, Ruby. You're welcome. My friends, we reached the conclusion of the reads for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing them. If you became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel and introduce yourself to the collective. Also, if you want to participate in our class tonight, make sure that you head over to the tarot. If you go over to the perk section in the Discord, you'll find a coupon code there that you can apply to the Substack so that you can get become a paid subscriber there and be a part of our class. Class starts at 6 p.m. PST tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern. There's still time to apply to enroll. I will be sending out the invite about an hour before class starts. We'll be focusing our studies tonight on the Hangman. I cannot wait to see you guys tonight. I want to thank you guys so much. If you missed the Daily Collective, it'll be up on the place where we keep the videos and photos. It'll also be up on my Substack and Spot as podcast. And we will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you'd like to be notified when I've gone live, make sure that you tap that screen, tap the bell on my profile, and also register directly for the event tomorrow because sometimes this app doesn't like to push my notifications. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today. Stay awake, Bridget. Thank you so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you so much for spending your afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Thank you so much for your support. And thank you so much for my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow, or I'll see you later this evening. Have a great day, everyone.